most of the possessions, not as many shots, not as many goals. Finally, the Lakers in general have struggled to score against the
They're going to need
Eagles.
to score over 10 goals to win. Defenses are going to be lax.
We're going to have to see. They've struggled to do it in the past.
It's a pun.
Guys, let's take a time out here and think about this. Are they going to be running and gunning, or are they going to take a guided meditation tour? I'm going with the running and gunning.
Yeah,
Aaron gets the point. The women's lacrosse team started its 2021 season with an offensive vengeance, taking 41 shots against Morrisville State. They won that game 20-14. Can the team get more than 30 shots against Fredonia on Saturday at the Laker turf, Brian?
I don't think so. And it's not because I don't think this team's going to win. I think there is a much better team than Fredonia. But I don't quite think so, because I think you take a look at this, and they really dominated that game against Morrisville State. And yes, I think Oswego is better than Fredonia. But, I think Fredonia is definitely a better team than Morrisville State. So in a game against a better Fredonia Blue Devils team, I don't think they're going to get there. Granted, we talked about it. Fredonia lost 23-3 to this Lakers team the last time they faced, but they have definitely improved. They went 2-1 in their shortened season last year, so they're obviously getting better. This is a Fredonia team that averages giving up less than 30 shots per game. They averaged that last year. They gave up less than 30 shots in their season opener. I just don't think it's going to happen. One other thing, because Oswego's been struggling in goal in that opener, I think they slow the pace down. I think they try to control the possession a little bit more.
Time for me to get in here, Brian. I always let you have your time. I just want you to notice that. I just always let you have your time. So I think it's easily going to be over. A lot of times the Crush are going to need over 30 shots in a game to get the win. It's about what they averaged over a year ago. Plus, here's the real reason. In their last two matchups against Fredonia, they've outscored them 42-5. In order to get to goals of that magnitude, you're going to need a lot of shots. That's about 20. That's about 20 goals per game in each of them. Plus, they've won their last 4 against Fredonia as well. I think that once again they're going to be dominant, and I think they're going to get over 30 shots. 42-5. That is a hard number to look past that. So I think they easily get over.
Improved.
How do you know? You haven't been watching Fredonia's women's lacrosse.
Guys, let's think about this here. 30 is a magic number for them, an over-under. Against teams that are worse than them, they get over 30. This week's win goes to Aaron Valentino.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, my God. I was going to say.
All right. Fair enough. Well, that's all the time we have on Laker Connections this week. Thank you for watching. Be sure to tune in Saturday, 1 p.m., as we have our first live sports game in over a year here on WTOP 10 with that women's lacrosse game against Fredonia at 1. But for now, for Aaron Valentino, Brandon Ladd, and our entire crew here at Laker Connections, I'm Brian Rudman. Thank you for watching, and have a great night. Hello and welcome to another edition of Laker Connections, your home for all things Laker sports. I'm your host, Brian Rudman.
And I'm Brandon Ladd. Brian, let's get right into it here and take a look at this week in Laker sports. A busy one it was. Brian, start us off with women's lacrosse.
Absolutely. Starting off down at the Laker turf this past Saturday, Oswego hosted its first athletic event in over a year, and the Lakers defended home turf with a win over Fredonia, 16-10. After giving up the opening goal, the Lakers went on an 8-2 run to close out the first half before holding on in an evenly played second half. Brandon, how are the Lakers able to get off to such a dominant start in this one?
Well, Brian, it all starts with Sela Wiley, who had 5 goals in this game. She also took 14 shots. She was aggressive right off the get-go during this game. And you talk about they had an 8-3 lead at halftime. Well, they were up 4-1 about 5-6 minutes into this game, and they played a game of keep away. They really controlled the ball. They took advantage of that shot clock, and they made sure that their goalie, Delaney Kendrick, did not face that many shots. She only had 5 saves during this game. So it's one of those where they just controlled the offensive end, and that was enough for them to dominate the first half and then ride it out for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you make a good point about playing a kind of a keep-away game. We had mentioned it last week that, Delaney Kendrick, she's relatively new in goal while she improved from the Morrisville game to the Fredonia game. Her stats aren't, jumping off the page. She still gave up 10 goals. So, I think playing keep away is something we may see this team do a lot, try to control the possession, especially win those draws. A very strong start to the SUNYAC campaign. Outside of surrendering the first goal is about as good as you can hope for to get off to a start. Kind of slow in the second half, so something to keep in mind. Maybe it was fatigue. Maybe it was just they got too comfortable with the lead. But overall, you can't complain if you're Coach Britt Howard with this one.
No, you can't complain. 3 different women with 4 or more goals during this game. Selah Wiley is dominating the offensive side of the field for Oswego State so far this year with another 5 goals against Fredonia, as we said. She also has been the Women's Player of the Week for the SUNYAC back-to-back weeks. Brian, what has made her so dominant so far?
I mean, it's just crazy. She just looks like the best athlete on the field through these first 2 games, and it's not even really close. You look at some of this video, and it's just she's running to her right, and no one can stop her. She's blowing by defenders, and she's just whipping the ball right at the net, and it's going in. I mean, 12 goals, 3 assists in those 2 games, and it's earned her SUNYAC Athlete of the Week both times. You want to talk about special, being recognized as the best player in your conference after your 2 games, that's really important. Not to mention, pretty darn good when it comes to draw control. So pretty great start from Selah Wiley.
Yeah, she's been excellent so far. We talk about the 5 goals in this last game. She's just been dominant so far this year. And it's one of those things where she's going up against softball athletes and lacrosse athletes, and it's really been just she's dominated everyone across all levels of sports.
Absolutely. All right, moving to the men's side of things here. The Lakers did not get off to the start they wanted to last Friday in their season opener. The men's lacrosse team lost to the Golden Eagles of Brockport 12-5. Oswego could not rebound from a 7-1 halftime deficit, dropping them to 0-1 on the season. And to top it all off, Patrick Sheridan's goal with 8:58 left in the second quarter would wind up on SportsCenter's top 10 that night. So, Lad, what went wrong with this one for the Lakers?
Well, a lot went wrong in this one. They take 29 shot attempts during this game. They're only able to make 5. That's just not a percentage that's going to get it done. They didn't get that many on goal. So it's one of those things. They're respectable in the face-off. They're respectable in time of possession, but they're just not taking advantage of their opportunities. Weston Gray, only 1 shot in this game, and of course he scored a goal on it. So it's one of those things where if he can take more shots, maybe they'll be more successful. And we need to Prince, the former producer of the show, a shout out here because she is the one that cut that highlight, and she's the one that ensured that Brockport made it into the top 10 plays.
Yeah, as our co-host Aaron Valentino said, we have inside sources on this one. Yeah, listen, like you said, Weston Gray, maybe the defenses are just focusing on him more, but, we talked to Coach Bizek last week on the show, and he said Russ may be a factor. It certainly seemed like it. They were down 6 at halftime, only scored 1 goal in the first half. They're going to have to get off to a faster start this week if they want to win.
Transitioning to baseball here, through the first conference doubleheaders so far, the Oswego State baseball team is 3-1 on the season, including 3 of these games in routes. Still, though, Brian, they lost 14-2 against Brockport this past weekend and allowed 12 runs to New Paltz in Game 1 of the doubleheader on Tuesday. What have you seen so far?
Well, at least for the pitching, it's kind of been a tale of 2 games in each of these doubleheaders where they're really strong in one game, right? Game 1 of the season, Kieran Finnegan goes out, tosses a gem. They only need 2 arms to get through 9 innings. And then in the second game, in a 7-inning, game 2, they give up 14 runs. So it's kind of just crazy. I think obviously pitching's what screams off the board from this, from these doubleheaders. Even though they won 24-12 in that game 1 against New Paltz, that's kind of crazy. You can't expect 24 runs out of your team every week, day in, day out. I think pitching's the biggest thing that screams they got to get better.
They do need to get better, and it's worrisome when they're going to have a close game because if you look at these 4 games, none of them have been close. Kieran Finnegan, 2.25 ERA so far through 4 innings. He's been a bright spot. Loomis, though, 6 earned runs over 2 innings pitched. That's been extremely worrisome for them. That he needs to fix it. Their hitting's fine. Pitching is going to be a huge thing for them to figure out. That's all the time we have to look back, but don't go anywhere. When we get back, we will be talking about the week ahead for Oswego State Athletics. the Lakers try to rewrite the wrongs of history this upcoming week? You're watching Laker Connections on WTOP 10.
The inherent right to work is one of the elemental privileges of a free people. Endowed, as our nation is, with abundant physical resources, and inspired as it should be to make those resources and opportunities available for the enjoyment of all, we approach re-employment with the real hope of finding a better answer than we have now.
Donate to Goodwill, where your donations help fund job placement and training for people in your community.
Life's taught me a lot, and I'm ready for more.
Well, you're not the typical kind of candidate that I hire, but you are exactly what I'm looking for.
Your company could be missing out on the candidates it needs most. Learn how to find a great pool of untapped talent at gradsoflife.org.
Welcome to Understood.org, a free online resource for parents of kids with learning and attention issues, with personalized recommendations, tools, and daily access to experts to help your child thrive. Understood.org, because understanding is everything.
Pretty much a good day for me would be people leaving their hands off of me. I'm always called names. Everywhere that I go, there's always someone calling me names, calling me gay. I've been choked, thrown up against a wall, punched. Nobody's ever tried to help me.
So, same time next week?
Well, of course.
A single ember from a wildfire can travel over a mile. You can't control where it will land, only what happens before it does. Visit fireadapted.org to learn how to protect your community from wildfires.
Welcome back to Laker Connections on WTOP 10. It's time for the week ahead. Brandon and I will take a deep dive into the biggest matchups in Lakers sports for this upcoming week. Brandon, why don't you start us off with a chance for a bounce back down at the Laker turf?
Yes. The Oswego State men's lacrosse team is 0-36 against Cortland in the rivalry's history. They look to flip the script Friday night under the lights in Oswego. The Lakers are coming off a loss to Brockport, as we said earlier. Brian, what are you looking for?
Well, lad, there's no time like the present to win your first game. They've been playing these guys since the 80s, and they haven't won. 0-36, come on. I mean, these two teams, like you said, 36 times since the 80s. Lakers haven't won. Crazy. So what's it going to take? I think, number one, you got to be more efficient when you're a man up. Lakers had 5 chances to do that against the Golden Eagles last week. They didn't score a single time. Number 2, limit shots O'Donnell sees. He's not going to be Superman. Number 3, Kevin O'Donnell also has to have the game of his life. He's going to have to make some great saves. And then number 4, it's got to be a total offensive effort. It can't just be Weston Gray and Dan Doolin leading the way. The whole team's got to pitch in to win this one.
You are completely correct. Let's go through the hypotheticals here. If Weston Gray has 5 goals, if Dan Doolin has 2 goals, and if Kevin O'Donnell makes 10 saves, then maybe they squeeze one out 10-9. It's going to be hard, though. I just can't believe they've never squeezed one out against Cortland. But we will see under the lights. It's something new.
It is crazy. Moving to the women's side, I think streaky is the best word to describe the women's lacrosse team's recent history with the Buffalo State Bengals. The Lakers are currently on a 6-game win streak against Buff State, but before that had been on an 8-game losing streak. This Saturday, Oswego will make the trip west to face off with Buff State once again. Brandon, what will it take for the Lakers to keep the win streak alive?
Well, it takes Selah Wiley. She needs to be healthy. She needs to be playing well, and she needs to be attacking. This is someone we said had 14 shots over the weekend against Fredonia. If she can do that again, they're going to get chances. They're going to get opportunities. And I'm really looking at the people playing off of her right now. Cam Sherman, who had 4 goals against Fredonia. Shay McConnell, someone people aren't talking about, she had 4 goals as well. And then Logan Castiglione is someone that really shined in their opener against Morrisville. So if they're able to find these guys, they're going to be just fine. And once again, Buff State got rocked by Geneseo a week ago. I think that continues.
Yeah, listen, time to go out and dominate. And this time for a full 60, that's what I'm looking for. You look at this team as compared to Buff State and the way they've gotten starting off this year. This is another SUNY game. This Lakers team should really win. But this time I'm looking for them to play the full 60. Do it both first and second half, because that's what it's going to take later on to beat the better teams in the conference.
Moving on to a team that hasn't played in a while, the Oswego State softball team is coming off a pause due to COVID-19 and weather. It has been a long 17 days since the women took the field. They're 1-1 on the season after splitting opening day against the Rochester Institute of Technology. Brian, looking ahead to this week against Geneseo and Brockport, what do you expect?
Well, I expect Friday to be a tough doubleheader and Saturday not quite as much. I mean, this is a team that's 2-15 against Geneseo since 2013 and 7-1 versus Brockport since 2016. So Friday's going to be a tough one. I'd say big deal on Friday is gaining some momentum. They need a split. It's been 2 weeks, like you said, since they've played. You can't go into that Brockport game with an 0-2 record in the SUNYAC and zero momentum. You got to get at least one at home against Geneseo on Friday.
You're completely correct. You need to find a way to maybe split against Geneseo, and you need to find a way to take advantage of Brockport. Geneseo is a much tougher team. It's going to be a team you face in the SUNYAC playoffs, and you're going to have to pull an upset if you move on. This softball team, though, it's worrisome because 17 days, that's a long pause. You haven't been practicing. You don't know what you have on your bat. You don't know about pitching. So it's one of those things. You just need to get momentum, as you said.
Absolutely. It'll be a tough one. But just a day after the softball team will try to defend home turf on Saturday against Brockport, the baseball team will look to do the same as they host SUNYAC West foe, the Fredonia Blue Devils, in a doubleheader. The Lakers will go into the contest 3-1 in SUNYAC play, following the split with Brockport and the sweep of New Paltz. Looking for a big divisional sweep this weekend. Brandon, what's it going to take?
It's going to take Ryan Enos keeping a hot bat to begin this season. He's got through these first 4 games of the season, 6-12. That's a .500 batting average. He has 5 RBIs, 4 runs. He's really been someone that's bat has been hot. We talked about, to begin the show, the struggles of their pitching. I'm kind of curious if they have a close game, what is it going to look like? Can they lean on guys like Kieran Finnegan? And another guy people aren't talking about, Anthony Van Fossen. He's a guy that has a 1.8 ERA so far this year. He's another guy that could pitch.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a good opportunity for the Lakers to get some wins up on the board, 11-1 in the last 12 versus Fredonia. And this is a deep lineup. Like you said, this offense has been clicking and tearing the cover off the ball right now. I'd look for this team to put up a lot of runs, but I'm going to be keeping a big eye on the pitching in this matchup. All right, we're going to take a quick break, folks, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, fill in the blank. You're not going to want to miss it. You're watching Laker Connections on WTOP 10.
This job looks perfect. It says you need a high school diploma. You've got one of those, right?
Skip the drama. Get your diploma.
I got that.
Find free adult education classes at finishyourdiploma.org. They say that when you're facing extreme danger, your life flashes before you. If you think that's sad, consider facing it before you even have enough life to flash before your eyes. Deaths and injuries can be prevented by using the right car seat. Visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat to know what is appropriate for each age and size.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Hart, what's going on? I'm leaving. Why? What did I do? Not enough. The pressure's too much. I quit. I get it. I can do better. Just please, don't leave.
Don't let your heart quit on you. Get your uncontrolled high blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late.
It's a short ride from your neighborhood to your naturehood. To find a neighborhood park or green space near you, visit discovertheforest.org.
Welcome back to Laker Connections on WTOP 10. And Brian, let's have some fun here. What is this segment called? Can you fill in the blank for me?
I think you already said it, lad. Let's do it.
It's called fill in the blank. In their upcoming game against Cortland, the men's lacrosse team will have a blank shooting percentage.
I think they need to have a 25% shooting percentage, which is high. It's high. But, that's about where, the SUNYAC – that's a little bit above the SUNYAC average. And at the end of the day, you're looking at a Cortland team that they're facing who's one of the best in the conference, and they haven't beat in history at all. We talked about this. So if you're going to do it, you got to play above average. Sorry, words are hard. Above average. You got to play above average in this one to win 25%. That's what I'm going.
Forget above average. They need to play superb against Cortland to have a chance. 25%, though, would get the job done. They were well below that against Brockport. That's a bit of a worry. They need to get better. Yeah. Weston Gray, Dan Doolin are the key to that. So if they're able to get that done, maybe they're able to stay in the game. Heroic effort by Kevin O'Donnell would make this 25% very much more real for this team. But hey, you never know. Friday night under the lights, maybe some magic.
Well, Friday Night Lights, great show, great movie, good stuff. All right, moving to the women's team. The Lakers will need blank goals to get the win on the road this weekend against Buff State.
I've got it only 9 goals, Brian. This is one of those things where their defense has played so well so far. They played well against Fredonia. So Buff State hasn't really impressed so far on offense. They were held under 5 goals against Geneseo a week ago. So if you look at this game for Oswego, you're going to get the offensive power. If you're able to keep them under 9 goals, you're going to win this game.
Yeah, you know what? I agree. And I think this is a game that Oswego should win. And you know what? I'm a bit of a history buff. So, looking at the history, Buff State has not scored more than 7 goals against Oswego since 2015. So I think if you get 9, you get a win. So that's what I'm looking for out of this Oswego team.
Now to the diamond. Zoe Menning of the softball team will have blank hits over 4 games this weekend.
You know what? I think I'm going to go 4 hits. 4 hits, 4 games. One hit a day keeps the doctor away, right? That's the old saying, something like that. Yes. You know what? She's one of their best hitters. If we assume that she's going to get about 3 at-bats a game, that's about 12 over the weekend. I think you get 4 hits. You're batting .333. You're an all-star. Congratulations. So that's what I think we're going to be looking for out of Zoe Menning this weekend. If she can get 4 hits, I think they'll be pretty well off this week.
They will be pretty well off. And does she get her 4 hits in consecutive games, 1-1-1? That will get the job done. Or does she get multiple hits in a couple games? She's been one of the leading hitters for them. So this team is really going to be leaning on her. They had a bipolar start to the season against Rochester Institute of Technology. So they're trying to get some stabilizer, and Menning is going to be a big key to that. But I agree with you. If you hit .333, you're an all-star. I don't know if it applies to the SUNYAC, but it applies to baseball, so it's good for us.
There you go. All right. Now, moving on to the baseball field, Ryan Enos will have blank extra base hits in the doubleheader versus Fredonia on Sunday.
I don't want to be too cavalier with this one because he already has 2 on the season, but I'm putting it at 2 extra base hits. So it's one of those things where if you look at his season so far, he's been a contact hitter, but he hasn't been able to hit a home run so far, and we don't know him for that. And he's been able to make up for a poor junior year and a slow start. So if he's able to get 2, I think that continues the momentum.
Yeah, I'll go with 2 as well. I think, at the end of the day, I think he's the best hitter on the team. I think they need to lean on this guy. He's in the middle of the order. And he's also got some speed. Back when they had Mike Delacari, he was one of the guys in the top 2 of the order. So this guy can run. So I think, at the end of the day, I think he can get 2 extra base hits in this one, because he's been shooting the gaps, and he had 2 in one game against Brockport. So I think look for him to, get on at least second base twice in that game.
That's a fair point. That's all the time we have, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, it is time for Lakers Showdown. You are watching Laker Connections at WTOP.
A boy born in Joplin, Missouri was fascinated by anything with wheels and a motor. The odds of him winning both the Daytona 500 and the Brickyard 400 in the same year, 1 in 195 million. The odds of a child being diagnosed with autism, 1 in 68. I'm Jamie McMurray, and my niece has autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs.
Looking for these? You drive buzzed. It could be one very expensive ride.
First, you gotta make bail. Then pay me to get your car back.
Your insurance premiums will go through the roof.
And my legal fees just keep adding up. All told, it could end up costing you $10,000.
Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzz driving is drunk driving.
Cook foods to the right temperature using a food thermometer. 3,000 Americans will die from food poisoning this year. Check your steps at foodsafety.gov.
To Maddie, congrats on paying off all those student loans.
Finally, right?
How'd you manage that anyway?
I started tracking my spending, changed a couple of habits.
Wow, I'm kind of living paycheck to paycheck right now. I don't even know how I'm doing it.
Well, have you tried saving a little?
I want to, but where's that money gonna come from? Bill collectors, they're the worst. Am I right?
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind.
Not home.
Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org.
And welcome back to Laker Connections on WTOP 10. I'm your moderator tonight, Jake Johnson, filling in for Brandon Ladd, who is filling in for Aaron Valentino. Guys, are you ready for it? Y'all know Lakers showdown.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
All right, let's start it right off. Sela Wiley is currently dominating the SUNYAC early this season and has won SUNYAC Athlete of the Week back-to-back weeks to start the season. Brian, is she well on her way to being the SUNYAC Women's Lacrosse Player of the Year?
Yes, absolutely. This is absolutely going to happen for her if she keeps this up, and there's no reason to believe at this point that she's not going to. She's played in 2 games and won SUNYAC Player of the Week twice. At this point, she's averaging an award per game. So I think by the end of the year, her trophy shelf's going to be all filled up. I mean, this girl just looks unstoppable, and if she keeps up the pace, she's going to win it. That's just it. She's got 12 goals and 3 assists over 2 games. Are you kidding me? That's gonna be numbers that we'll see in a full regular season, not the shortened COVID season like we had this year. I mean, you just look at her. She looks like the best athlete on the field, game in, game out. Granted, listen, we'll have to see how she does if she can sustain it, but there's no reason to believe that she cannot right now. And listen, the SUNYAC has acknowledged her. They obviously think she's a good athlete, and they seem to like what she's doing so far, so I don't see any reason why she can't do it.
Brian, the only thing I have to say here, Oswego right now, they're trying to feed Sela Wiley the rock, but these other teams have a brain. They know what Oswego is doing. They're going to start trapping her. They're going to start triple teaming her. It's going to be a full court press against her on the women's lacrosse field. So teams are going to start to stifle her and slow her down, and other athletes from other schools, maybe even her own school, Cam Sherman's been tearing it up so far, are going to be able to step in and get more goals.
Well, listen, that's why they're not going to be able to focus in on her, because Oswego's so diverse on offense. They can't focus in on her because everyone else can score.
You got to focus on the stuff,
All right. I'm giving the point to Brian. Sela Wiley was absolutely unreal in these last couple games. Brian gets fun. Moving on to baseball. The Oswego State baseball team has struggled with pitching early on this season, including giving up 12 runs in a 24-12 win against New Paltz on Tuesday. A win is a win, but can the Lakers win a SUNYAC title if the pitching stays this way, Led?
Jake, I like that. A win is a win. They were able to double them. They give up 12 runs. So what? You were able to get 24. This offense has been historic so far. They've been averaging 11 runs per game. And these are against some pretty good teams so far. So if you are the Lakers, forget about your pitching. It's going to be there for you because we have people like Finnegan. We have people like Van Fossen that have been around the block, and Loomis might be able to turn it around. Even if it doesn't turn around, this offense has been absolutely tearing it up. People like Ryan Enos are going to be able to continue to hit all year. We talked about it in a previous show. He could have over 45 hits this year. He's going to score a ton of runs. He's going to drive in a ton of RBIs. So if you're this offense right now, just keep hitting. If you score 10 runs per game and you give up 9, a win is a win.
All right.
The win-loss does not lie.
A win's a win, but you can't rely on 24 runs a game. Are you kidding me? This isn't MLB The Show on rookie mode where we're hitting bombs every single at-bat. That's a blip on the radar. Yes, this was a good offense. This is a very good offense. But you can't rely on 11 runs a game. You can't rely on 24. And they've also been held to 2 in a loss to Brockport. And also, this isn't even the second-best team in the conference, right? This isn't Cortland. If you're giving up 12 runs to New Paltz, you're going to give up 30 to Cortland. Are you kidding me? The pitching's got to be better if they don't improve this. I think it's going to be tough to get through that SUNY
They've had
title.
these struggles, and they've made deep runs. They've won titles.
All right.
I'm giving this one to Ladd. I think it's got to get the rust off. Ladd gets the point. I think this baseball team is going to be just fine. So the men's lacrosse team now, they're trying to flip the script against Cortland Friday night under the lights. What is a bigger factor for the Lakers Friday night to pull off this historic upset? The dynamic play of Weston Gray and Dan Doolin, or the goalie play of Kevin O'Donnell?
Jake, you got me so excited there. I almost had to hop in.
I think a point reduction right there.
Yes, a point reduction. I'm back to 0. I've been going nuts about offense all night. I've been screaming my head off about it. We're talking about defense here. We're talking about goalie play. Kevin O'Donnell, the stud, the senior, he's going to be able to get the job done on Friday night, and he's going to be more important than Doolin and Weston Gray because – so what? You're able to score a few goals against Cortland. It's going to be a team effort if you're going to put it up, but there's one man sitting in net. He's getting a little help from his defense, but so far this season we haven't seen that much. So there's even more pressure on him. He's going to have to get 10 saves. I believe he can get it done. If he's able to pick up his individual slack, Cortland might be in trouble here, and it's going to help his offense out. It all starts with Kevin O'Donnell.
All right, here's the thing. You can't win if you don't score. They only scored 5. I think this is they got to get it. Weston Gray, Dan Doolin, they got to start scoring. That's just to me. Offense is everything with this one. If they don't score, you're not going to win. I don't care how good Kevin O'Donnell is. And Weston Gray was 1 for 1 on his shots. He's one of their best players. He's got to step up. That's it. Kevin O'Donnell played decent against Brockport. Dan Doolin and Weston Gray not as well, not up to par as what we usually expect. And you said it. You got to be superb in order to win these games against Cortland, Ladd. Offense has got to lead the way. You got to score more than 5. If you're not scoring goals, you can't win. If they don't improve on offense, you can't win. I don't know. I just think it's
all right, guys. Well, I'm going to have to do it. I'm giving the point to Ladd. Defense wins championships. It all starts in the back to the front. Ladd, Lakers showdown victory for you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Jake.
All right, Ladd. Congratulations on the win. That's all the time we have. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, 1 p.m. Oswego State softball versus Geneseo. For now, I'm Brian Rudman for Brandon Ladd and Jake Johnson. Thank you for watching. Have a great night.
What's up, you beautiful people, and welcome to the season finale of Laker Connections. I'm Aaron Valentino.
And I'm Brian Rudman. Let's get right into it, folks. We start the show with This Week in Laker Sports. Aaron and I will break down all of the matchups from the past week in Oswego State sports. Aaron, why don't you start us off down at the Laker Turf Stadium?
Yeah, let's get it started with some men's lacrosse over here. This past week, the Lakers lost a pair of games to the Geneseo Knights by final scores of 19-8 and 20-4. They officially have been eliminated from playoff contention and are still looking for their first win of the season. Their final game is this Friday at Cortland at 4.
Yeah, it's been a tough year, and it was a tough week. Two games against a really good Geneseo team that's going to the playoffs. You know, there's really nothing you can say other than this team was outmatched. I will say this, though. Kevin O'Donnell had one of the best games we've seen him play in a long time in that Thursday game, their last home game. He really showed out at home. 25 saves, that was a season high. Just looking at what the team did, they got outshot 67-30, and Kevin O'Donnell faced 44 shots on goal. That's ridiculous. To put up 25 saves in a game like that, yeah, he gave up 19 goals, but he still played phenomenally, saved more than he let in. At the end of the day, it's not on him. The team just was outmatched in this one.
Yeah. I mean, the offense has been a struggle all year for the Lakers, and it was the case in this one. They got outscored 39-12, and when you do that, you're not going to win a lot of lacrosse games. It's going to stink for this team losing Kevin O'Donnell. He was obviously a master at his craft over the last couple of years, and overall, it really was the offense this year. They really couldn't get anything going, and that was the big worry. But moving on now to some women's lacrosse. Brian, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, the Lakers tried to close out their season strong on Sunday against the Geneseo Knights, but they were unable to do so, falling 20-3. A rough day all around for the Lakers as they were held scoreless in the first half. Going into the break, down 13-0. The loss dropped Oswego record to 4-5 on the year and 3-4 in the SUNY. They will not be making the playoffs. Aaron, it was a rough day. What can the Lakers take away from the finale, though?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing they can take away from this is Celia Wiley should continue to play midfield, should always play midfield, should never move from midfield. She was moved to attack in this game, I think, to try and get Shea McConnell a little bit more involved. I think everybody was kind of targeting Celia Wiley toward the end of the year. It didn't work. Celia ended up having her worst game of the season. Shea McConnell actually did end up getting a goal in this one, but Celia, she's more useful on the defensive end, and I think Britt Howard really realized in this one, she should be staying there for the rest of her time here at Oswego State.
Yeah, she's also one of the better players for Oswego when it comes to the draw. She pretty much does everything for them. And she's also their leading scorer. So I get the point of, okay, listen, they're going to score. Geneseo's going to score. We need our best scorer, not running back and forth and maybe not being gassed. Didn't quite work out. They lost 20-3. Really nothing went their way. They allowed 7 free possession shots as well. That just can't happen. You're giving too many easy chances to a good team.
Yeah, absolutely. And now moving over to softball, as the Lakers played 6 games over the past week and went 1-5 with their only win coming to New Paltz in the second game of a doubleheader on Tuesday. Before that win, the Lakers had lost 5 in a row. They still have a handful of games left before the season ends, but boy, Brian, it will be an uphill battle for them to make the playoffs.
Yeah, this week did not go the way they wanted it to. Obviously, when you go into a week, you're in a 3-way tie for that second spot in the playoffs. You go into an 0-4 weekend, and then you split a doubleheader against New Paltz. I mean, it just did not go the way that they wanted it to, not the way that they needed it to. They just got outplayed. They got held scoreless on Friday against Geneseo, and then, they were close. They left the tying runs on base, and then they got mercy ruled in Game 2 on Saturday. It was a rough weekend for the Lakers.
Yeah, it was a rough week overall. They went up against 2 of the tougher teams in the SUNY. In Geneseo has some of the best pitching, not only in the SUNY, but I think in all of Division III. I think the problem, though, in these games comes in 4 of those games before the New Paltz doubleheader. They made 10 errors in 4 games. When you're doing that, when you're making little mistakes like that, you're not going to be able to win a lot of softball games, and that was certainly the case here.
Absolutely. Finally, on to the baseball team. The Lakers are rolling right now. They're on a 14-game winning streak. That includes perhaps the 2 biggest wins all season in the doubleheader sweep over the Brockport Golden Eagles last Saturday. Game 1 turned out to be one of the most entertaining games of the year, a 14-13 victory in which Kyle Loria contributed 4 RBIs for the Lakers. Game 2 was a 7-2 win. Kieran Finnegan was dominant on the mound in his performance. That earned him SUNY Pitcher of the Week. Aaron, what do these wins mean for the Lakers?
I'm not going to lie. 14 wins. It is mighty impressive. That is 2 straight weeks of winning in a row. But didn't we expect it? I mean, come on. This is the Oswego State Lakers baseball team we're talking about here. This team has been favored to win the SUNY Championship this year. They've won it 3 years in a row. They're looking for the 4P. 14 games is extremely hard to do no matter who you're playing. And the most impressive part about it is they're doing this all while playing double headers. They've played on 7 days. They've played 14 games, and they've won all 14. It's been incredible to watch this team roll, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, this offense is absolutely dominant, and they're like a freight train that won't stop. at all. It's unbelievable. They just show up, like you said, and they take care of business and they have fun doing it. You watch this team, they're enjoying themselves and they're having fun playing baseball. And it's not just that. They're 15-1 on the year. It's not like they were getting off to a rocky start and then they hit their stride. They were in stride from the get-go. They've been doing a phenomenal job.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, Brian and I will take a time machine into the future to see what's going on with the future of both lacrosse teams here at Oswego State. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Laker Connections on WTOP 10.
A boy born in Joplin, Missouri was fascinated by anything with wheels and a motor. The odds of him winning both the Daytona 500 and the Brickyard 400 in the same year? 1 in 195 million. The odds of a child being diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I'm Jamie McMurray, and my niece has autism.
Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Looking for these? You drive buzzed. It could be one very expensive ride.
First, you gotta make bail. Then pay me to get your car back.
Your insurance premiums will go through the roof.
And my legal fees just keep adding up. All told, it could end up costing you $10,000.
Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzz driving is drunk driving.
Cook foods to the right temperature using a food thermometer. 3,000 Americans will die from food poisoning this year. Check your steps at foodsafety.gov.
To Maddie, congrats on paying off all those student loans.
Finally, right?
How'd you manage that anyway?
I started tracking my spending, changed a couple of habits.
Wow, I'm kind of living paycheck to paycheck right now. I don't even know how I'm doing it.
Well, have you tried saving a little?
I want to, but where's that money gonna come from? Bill collectors, they're the worst. Am I right?
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind.
Not home.
Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org.
Welcome back to Laker Connections on WTOP 10. The spring season is wrapping up, so it's time for Aaron and I to take a look back at the season as a whole and to look to the future for some of these teams. Aaron, why don't you start us with the women's lacrosse team?
Yeah, let's get right into it. The Oswego State women's lacrosse team went 4-5 on the year and 3-4 in SUNYAC play. Unfortunately, that was not enough to make the playoffs as they finished third in the SUNYAC West behind Brockport and Geneseo. However, you may need to get these girls some sunglasses because the future is so bright for this young team, and they may have a serious young budding star in midfielder Selah Wiley.
Yeah, look, I think starting with this year, I think it was a decent season with a lot of bright spots. But I think at the very least, they solidified themselves as a middle-of-the-pack team that has a lot of potential to grow. Because you look at this team, with the structure it is in right now, there are 4 playoff teams. In a normal year, it's 6. This team would be in the playoffs if we were in a normal season. You know what I mean? They were solid. They went 3-0 versus teams they finished ahead of, and 0-4 against teams in the SUNYAC they finished behind. I think at the end of the day, you look at this team, they're solid. Middle of the pack, Selah Wiley established herself as a dominant force, won SUNYAC Athlete of the Week twice this year, led the team in goals, 6 in the conference in goals. This is a team that was pretty good with a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think overall this season, to get back to it, for them, it was a combination of, they got put in the SUNYAC West. Geneseo is one of the best teams in the country. Brockport is, not as good as Geneseo, maybe not one of the best teams in the country, definitely one of the better teams in the SUNYAC. I'd be interested to see if they were in the East, how they would have done in that division. But overall, a solid season. I think it comes down to tough competition and bad defense. The defense never really got on a roll to start the season, which is really unfortunate for them. I think, you look at the recruiting guys, I think you need a backup goalie. I think you're also going to need a couple of defenders. But how about Selah Wiley? I mean, in her sophomore season, she was absolutely fantastic for the Lakers. How about Shea McConnell and Isabel Lembo, too? I know everybody likes to talk about Selah Wiley, and for good reason. She led the team in points. She led the team in goals. And as a midfielder, too, Wiley seemed to be everywhere all over the field. But Shea McConnell and Isabel Lembo played an extremely important role on this team, helping Wiley run the offense on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I got to agree with you. And I think the biggest thing for me is that this team is only graduating 2 seniors, and one of them is Lindsey Roth, who only played a handful of games. So this team's really young. And like I said, they have a ton of potential, right? There's a high ceiling for what this team can be in 2 or 3 years. I'm really excited to see what they can do in a full season when we have a normal SUNY act. All right, moving on to the men's lacrosse team. It wasn't quite the year Drew Bezek and his squad had hoped for as they head into their season finale against Cortland, still winless and eliminated from playoff contention. But despite the team's struggles, there have been some bright spots as senior goalie Kevin O'Donnell is third in the SUNY act with 98 saves.
Yeah, let's talk about this year for a second. It's a really unfortunate season for the Lakers. And guess what? It's only going to get worse because Kevin O'Donnell, in my opinion, the best goalie in the SUNY is moving on due to graduation. We were worried about how this team was going to score. That was their biggest struggle this year. We didn't really know where the goals were going to be coming from, and they didn't come. Weston Gray was the leading scorer on the team with 6 goals. That is going to be good to for him to come back. I'm really interested to see. They're definitely going to need to bring some offense onto this team, though. It'll be interesting to see what they do. And like I said, losing O'Donnell is going to be really tough for this team that had such a bad season. It's really going to be a tough pill to swallow. If they lose this game on Cortland on Friday, that'll be a winless season for them. So, yeah, we'll see where they go from here. They're losing 9 seniors. I don't really know what kind of foundation they have, but I feel confident that Bezek will be able to figure it out.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the nail. I think they need a strong recruiting class going into this year. I will say this. Their top 3 scorers will be returning: Weston Gray, Lucas Sioch, and Ryan Dumont, all coming back. But obviously, the biggest issue is goalie, because right now we have no idea what we're getting there. O'Donnell, he's been such a solid piece for this Lakers squad. He's been phenomenal. You don't know what you're going to get. Is it going to be a freshman? Is it going to be a transfer? Is it going to be Jeff Kinyoun, who played in just 1 game this year? He was the backup, allowed 4 goals and saved 4 in that game on Saturday against Geneseo. We don't know what we're going to get out of him as he's just a freshman. Maybe he's the next big thing for the Lakers. We'll have to see, but obviously there are a lot of questions. They struggle to score, so they're going to need to pick up the offense, and obviously losing Kevin O'Donnell, it's a huge loss for this team. It's going to be a big problem. Coach Bezek's got his work cut out for him going into the next year. All right, we're going to take a break, folks, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we head to the Diamond to take a look at the baseball and softball teams. You're watching Laker Connections on WTOP 10. Don't go anywhere.
The inherent right to work is one of the elemental privileges of a free people. Endowed, as our nation is, with abundant physical resources, and inspired as it should be to make those resources and opportunities available for the enjoyment of all, we approach reemployment with the real hope of finding a better answer than we have now.
Donate to Goodwill, where your donations help fund job placement and training for people in your community.
Don't worry, 74 people were picked before me in the NFL draft.
To fight childhood obesity, United Way and the NFL are helping kids play at least 60 minutes a day.
Okay, time for the team obstacle course. Yay!
What this place needs is more healthy kids. To get involved or donate, go to unitedway.org/play60.
Now I get it.
Preventing wildfires. That's all Smokey wants for his 70th birthday.
Why is my son having trouble in school?
Finding lowest airfare to Istanbul.
No, I'm tired of fighting with my son over his homework.
Home, walk, restaurant. Need a review?
No. He's smart, but his mind wanders.
7 wonders of the world.
Why don't you understand me?
I do. I was trying to show how Connor feels every day. Redirecting to understood.org.
Join parents and experts at understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues to help your child thrive.
You make me wear my bike helmet. Taught me never to run with scissors.
So why do you keep a loaded gun in your drawer?
How safe is that?
You asked them to follow some safety rules. Now they're asking you. Never let your gun get into the wrong hands. Always. Lock it up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the season finale of Laker Connections. I'm Aaron Valentino, joined alongside Brian Rudman. It's now time to take a look at both of the Diamonds, the baseball and softball teams, of course. Brian, why don't you start us out?
Yeah, listen, we started out with the hottest team in Oswego State sports as the baseball team looks like a freight train that can't be stopped. I know I said it earlier, but they're on a 14-game win streak. Scott Lander's squad looks like they're well on their way to not just the SUNYAC playoffs, but the championship series. They sit at 9-1 in conference play and control their own destiny when it comes to the SUNYAC West. Aaron, what has made this team so dominant?
Boy, we are heading to a good old-fashioned Central New York battle between the Oswego State Lakers and the Cortland Red Dragons. Like I said earlier, wasn't this expected? I mean, really, this team is so good. They brought back everybody from 2 years ago when they won the SUNYAC championship. They've won 3 SUNYAC championships in a row. They're looking for their 4th this year, and they look like they're on a mission to do it. They've won 14 straight games. The offense scored 22 runs on Tuesday in Game 1 against Rochester. Granted, that was an out-of-conference game, but still, Rochester's the best team in the Liberty League. They continue to play well. They've got a few good pitching performances out of their guys here and there. And overall, I mean, I just don't think that anybody is going to be able to stop them at this point. They play some of the bottom half of the SUNYAC teams coming up, St. John Fisher to end the season, and then it's playoff time. I really don't see anybody stopping them. They've looked so good this year. They've been as advertised and possibly even better. They've only lost 1 game this year. I mean, it really just overall has been a fantastic year for Scott Lander's squad.
Yeah, listen, you can't say enough about how good this team has been. There are 4 hitters that qualify who are hitting over 350. That's just phenomenal. So looking as we go ahead into the playoffs, funny enough, we're going to see some previews of what the first round of SUNYAC playoffs are going to look like. Brockport's going to be facing Cortland. Oswego is going to be facing Oneonta, which is what it looks like the first round is going to be like. So we'll get a pretty good clue next week what the first round is going to look like. And if next week's doubleheader goes as I expect it to be, the Lakers will continue this win streak. And, as we expect, I think, heading into playoffs, like you said, at the end of the day, it was always going to be Oswego and Cortland. They're by far and have been the 2 most dominant teams in the SUNYAC. The Lakers have got the better of the Cortland Red Dragons in the playoffs the last 3 times, whatever it is. If things go as expected, those 2 teams will be meeting for a 3-game series to finish it out. I think I kind of like it. That's the one thing I like about this split division conference right now is that it's setting up for some 3-game series as opposed to that double elimination 4-team tournament. I kind of like these 3-game series. I think it's a pretty good look.
Yeah, the 3-game series is going to be it's going to be a lot of fun. And actually, we're going to get into that a little bit later. How great the setting up the conference into divisions is going to be. I personally think it's also going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, they're going to keep on rolling, and we're going to move on to softball here. The Oswego State softball team currently sits at 6-10 on the year, and currently sits in last place in the SUNYAC West. They still have a handful of games to go before the season ends, and still have a chance to make the playoffs. But can they finish on a high note, Brian?
Yeah, listen, we'll have to see. They got a couple more conference games that at the end of the day are must-wins because right now they're sitting at the bottom of the SUNYAC West, but they're still within a couple of games where if things go their way, they could sneak into the playoffs. But at the end of the day, they need to get going now because they've been playing not so well like we discussed earlier. They're 1-5 in their last 6. They went 0-4 last weekend. Listen, they played 500 ball going into last weekend. It didn't go well in those 4 huge SUNYAC West games. At the end of the day, I think we talked about it earlier. This team made a few too many errors throughout the year in order to put themselves into a position to get into the playoffs. But look, things aren't over. Brockport and Fredonia still remain. Those are 4 big games, and they're absolutely must-wins.
Yeah, what a weird couple of years for the Oswego State softball team, isn't it? They hadn't touched the field in 2019, so because they didn't play. They were the only Oswego State team that didn't play in all of 2020, even 1 or 2 games, and that hadn't touched the field since then. So, I mean, I think you look ahead to this team. I think you look ahead to this team. I think it's going to be really interesting to see what they can do with the rest of the season because the crazy thing is they really still are in it. It's going to be an uphill battle for sure. And in their defense, they've played 4 more games than Fredonia. They've played 2 more games than Brockport. So they've just played a lot less games than a lot of these other teams. I think they got to clean up the defense a little bit. They've been making too many errors on the air. Once they do that, I think they'll be fine. It's going to be an uphill battle. I'm really interested to see where they go.
Yeah, I will say this. Listen, quickly, if they make the playoffs, it means that they're on a win streak. So if they make the playoffs, they could be in a position to do something because they'll be hot. I'll say that.
Yeah, no, we'll see if they can get it rolling. All right, We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, our moderator, Brandon Ladd, will join us for the final Laker Showdown of the year. Don't change that channel. You're watching Laker Connections on WTOP.
It's on.
This job looks perfect. It says you need a high school diploma. You got one of those, right?
Skip the drama. Get your diploma.
I got that.
Find free adult education classes at finishyourdiploma.org. They say that when you're facing extreme danger, your life flashes before you. If you think that's sad, consider facing it before you even have enough life to flash before your eyes. Deaths and injuries can be prevented by using the right car seat. Visit safercar.gov/the right seat to know what is appropriate for each age and size.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Hart, what's going on? I'm leaving. Why? What did I do? Not enough. The pressure's too much. I quit. I get it. I can do better. Just please don't leave.
Don't let your heart quit on you. Get your uncontrolled high blood pressure to a healthy range before.
Across America, excess food is gathered by a network of good people at local food banks, helping solve child hunger. They've earned their wings, and you can too. Support Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
Welcome back to Laker Connections on WTOP 10. I am your moderator, Brandon Ladd, and it's time for the most exciting segment of the show. For the last time ever on Zoom, Laker Showdown. Aaron or Brian, who will win? Let's get into it. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, the SUNY divided the conference into divisions this spring season. Guys, do you believe this is going to stay, or do you believe this was just a one-time thing? I think it's a one-time thing. I think it's pretty temporary. I don't think they're going to do it. I also don't think it should be done. For the spring season, it made sense. We were coming out of the winter. We didn't really know what was going on with COVID. But now that we're getting into the spring, things are starting to open up. The vaccine rollout's going pretty well. I think the SUNY will get back to normal. They had a successful season this year, and that tells me that at the end of the day, they can start pushing the boundaries of what they can do. I think they'll get back to a normal SUNY schedule because I think it's better for competition. At the end of the day, if everyone's playing everyone, I think we get a better look. Because you look at the baseball, for example, right? The top two teams in the SUNY aren't playing each other at all this year until the playoffs. That's not really good. It also skews it up when it comes to going for NCAA. You can also look at hockey. When we had that proposed plan in October, Oswego wasn't going to play Geneseo. Those were the top two teams in the SUNY for a couple of years now. I just don't think it makes sense. I also think playoffs go back to six teams.
Here's the deal.
Regulation.
Here's the deal. I think they got to bring this back. I think it spices up the conference, It feels more professional in my eyes. I love the idea of the best teams from the East and the West duking it out in the championship for the king of all, or queen of all SUNY sports. I think it's a fantastic idea. I love the idea when it was brought up for the fall season, and I think they have to continue it. Imagine if it was like this for hockey. Oswego, Geneseo, not really playing each other all year, playing each other at one time. Maybe Morrisville could get into the playoffs. How awesome would that be? I know we've all been rooting that for years, especially you, Brandon Ladd. I know you've been rooting that for a long time. They got to bring this back.
I
really
think they're going to go back
great.
to 6 playoff teams, and it only makes sense with 6 to go back to the normal schedule. Guys, Aaron hit it right on the nail. Yeah. Morrisville has to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I know.
It goes to Aaron Valentino. Moving on to our next question. In theory, with the NCAA waiver this year providing all athletes with an extra year of eligibility, Sela Wiley could play 3 more seasons. She has a career points mark of 39. Can she approach Teresa Shudick's career mark of 333 points?
Well, Laker women's lacrosse fans, I have good news for you. I talked to Sela Wiley this week for a story I'm doing for one of my classes, and she confirmed to me that she will be here for her graduate student year playing lacrosse for the Oswego State Lakers. I think she could do it. I think I have a lot of confidence there, and she looked fantastic. Fantastic doesn't even begin to describe how good she was in this shortened season. In order for her to do this, however, She has to be the greatest Oswego women's lacrosse player ever. She has to score 98 points in each of the next 3 seasons. She's going to have a 100-point season. That's never happened before in Oswego State history. But if there's anybody that could do it, it could be her. This is a girl that was recruited by Division I schools. She's a Division I talent. I think a lot of coaches can agree on that. I think she's going to be great for the Lakers, and I think she's going to be great for years to come. I think this is her crown for the taking, and all she's got to do is expand upon what she did in this shortened season.
All right.
I loved what I saw out of her. I think she can definitely do it.
All right, listen. I don't think she can do it. It's not because she's not a great player, because she is. It's just how good Shattuck was. Shattuck had 333 points. That's unbelievable. Wiley had 39 points this year, which was also unbelievable in a shortened year, but it put her roughly 44 points behind the pace of Teresa Shattuck, which means she needs to average 98 points per year the rest of the way. And that's not going to happen. The difference between these two players is Shattuck was not only a scorer, but a passer. She leads the Laker program all-time in assists. Granted, she had 100 goals, but she was great at passing.
Yeah, but if Wiley just scores 300 goals,
that's
okay.
where it comes a lot easier to rack up those assists. That's all I'm saying.
Good nugget from Aaron, though, but it's probably a bit too ambitious. So the point goes to Brian. We are tied at 1 going to the last question here. The Oswego State baseball team is yet to face their toughest SUNYAC competition in Cortland. With the playoffs looming and a potential championship matchup approaching, who will win the SUNYAC championship for baseball this year?
First of all, I'm just going to say this. I can't wait for this matchup because hopefully we're going to get it because it'll be a dandy. These are two great teams if we get what we think is going to happen in Cortland and Oswego. But I, unfortunately, Laker fans, I have to go with Cortland. And it's really just the inconsistency of the Laker pitching. Outside of Kieran Finnegan, we really haven't seen starting pitching go that well for the Lakers. And even out of the bullpen, we've seen some struggles. And that's the big thing because Cortland can score with Oswego. They also put up 20 runs in a game at certain points during the season, but their pitching has been much more consistent. They're allowing almost nearly half the amount of runs per game that the Lakers are, and that's really just it. This Lakers team, you can go on and on about how good the offense is, and it's all true. And Kieran Finnegan's great, but in a 3-game series,
I got to give him. I always like, you guys should notice. I know I've only done 3 episodes, but I always let Brian have his time, and I always, have to cut in. And he, I let him have his time, but he never lets me.
Go ahead, waste your time. I'm fine.
Oswego's got it. They're locked in right now at the plate. I mean, they're scoring, 15, 11 runs a game at some points. And the crazy thing is, the offense is getting better. Ryan Weiss hit a grand slam. He hit a grand slam in game 1. He hit a 2-run homer in game 2. They're using all parts of the field, but defense behind the pitching that you mentioned was bad has been absolutely fantastic. I think they've got it, and I think they've got a few good pitchers.
But Cortland's
in there.
been just
They've had a couple
good.
of good pitching performances throughout the. So is Oswego.
Yeah, but they're
Oswego's
so
also won 3 straight.
Cortland's
inconsistent. Yeah, 11 runs a game is inconsistent.
No, the pitching's been inconsistent.
My goodness, Brian, be a homer for once. Aaron Valentino gets the win.
All right, well, folks, that's all for this season. So hopefully this is the last time we're having to do this over Zoom. We can't wait to be back in the fall at the Al Roker studio. We'd just like to thank our assistant producer, Michaela Green, as well as our entire editing staff this year for dealing with the 3 of us all year long. So for now, for Aaron Valentino, Brandon Ladd, our entire crew here at WTOP 10, I'm Brian Rudman. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in the fall, ladies and gentlemen. Go Lakers.
Hello and welcome back to Oswego State University, the Marano Campus Center, and the Al Roker Television Studio for the Season 16 premiere of Laker Connections. I'm Aaron Valentino. He's Brian Rudman. Brian, look at where we are.
Yeah, we're back in the Al Roker studio. This is much better than staring at the computer screen.
Oh my God, so
doing
much
Laker
better.
Connections in our bedrooms last year, but it's all good. Let's get right into it. We start tonight with This Week in Laker Sports. Aaron and I recap all the results, stats, and highlights from the past 7 days in Oswego State athletics. Aaron, there were 6 big points up for grabs last week for the men's soccer team. Why don't we start there?
Yeah, let's start there. Boy, have I missed looking at this camera. Getting started with some men's soccer as the Lakers had 2 conference matchup last week against the Brockport Golden Eagles and the Knights of Geneseo. The Lakers were able to beat Brockport by a final score of 1-0 after a goal by Ryan Young, but fell to Geneseo by a final score of 2-1. The Lakers are now 5-3-4 and 3rd in the SUNY Conference. So Brian, what do we see from the men's soccer team this weekend in these 2 conference matchups?
You know, I think what these 2 games told us is that this team needs more offense. This offense just wasn't there this weekend, and it's a real shame because they were in both of these games and they had a shot. Look at Friday, the 1-0 win against Brockport. They didn't register a shot on goal until Ryan Young netted the game-winning goal. It just wasn't there, and thankfully their defense held up all game long and they were able to get it done. But then you go to Geneseo and you get smacked in the face by Geneseo. You're down 2-0 and you don't score until the 85th minute. The offense wasn't there. If this team's going to go far, what we saw this weekend and what Coach Kane saw this weekend is that there's a big need for offense on this Lakers team.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they got the job done against Brockport, but I bet they're kicking themselves for losing that game against Geneseo by a final score of 2-1. You don't want to lose to a team that's behind you. Overall, I think you got to feel pretty good about where you're at. You know, you're in 3rd in the conference right now, which is, you know, better than what they were 2 years ago. And they still got 3 big SUNY games left, so you have to feel good about that. The offense has to come around, though. You're right. It can't just be Ryan Young. They did just get Slater Bushin back, which is going to be huge for them down the stretch against teams like Oneonta, against teams like New Paltz, and against Cortland, who they're going to be facing this weekend. So overall, I think you feel pretty good about where you are. You're getting Slater Bushin you have Slater Bushin back, and you're going to be looking forward to wrapping up these conference games in the next 2 weeks.
Listen, took 3 points from the weekend, would have liked 6. Moving now to the women's side. It was a rough week for the green and gold as the Lakers dropped all 3 of their contests this week to fall to 5-6 on the year. Oswego was unable to gain any points in their 2 SUNY contests, falling to Brockport 2-1 and Geneseo 4-0 before losing a non-conference game at home to Hamilton on Tuesday by a score of 3-1. Aaron, a really tough week for this team. What went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it's a similar situation with the men's soccer team, right? They haven't really figured out a way to score the ball during this stretch and really overall this season. They've fallen out of the SUNY playoffs because of this 4-game stretch, which is a little bit scary. Anytime you're falling out of the playoffs, especially in a tough conference like the SUNY, there's a bunch of teams, playing a bunch of games this year. And you look at their last 4 games, just 2 goals scored in the last 4 games. That's not going to get it done. They've allowed their opponents to score 10, so it's like a little bit over 3 goals for games. And of course, they are 0-4 as well. So if I'm the Lakers, I'm looking to get a little bit more aggressive on the offensive end. You have to score to win games, and that's exactly what they need to do. And on the defensive end, play back, stay back, and, clear some balls out so you can get it to the other side of the field.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing we saw and the biggest problem that we saw from this team over the weekend is when they went to Brockport, they actually played a decent game. They won that game in the midfield. They outshot Brockport 8-3 in terms of shots on goal and 11-8 overall. They had more corner kicks. They had more opportunities. They just didn't net it. And then the biggest problem, they only allowed 3 shots on goal, but they surrendered 2 goals. That can't happen. If you're winning the game in the midfield, you have to win it in the final third as well. That just can't happen. And then you look at the Geneseo game. It was a close game in the first half, but 4 second-half goals. Geneseo dominated that first half. They just couldn't net it, and then it paid off in the second half. So this team, you really need to improve. Looked good against Brockport, but just couldn't get it done.
Got to score to win games, folks. That's how sports normally work. Moving over to field hockey now, as the Lakers had 1 conference game against who else other than the Knights of Geneseo. The Lakers fell to the Knights by a final score of 1-0, but bounced back Tuesday versus the Nazareth Golden Flyers, as the final score of that one was 6-0. Oswego is now 7-6 on the year and 6th in the SUNY. Brian, what do we see from the Lakers this past week?
Well, you look at the Geneseo game, it was kind of just a slow-moving game. Not much happened. It was 0-0 going into overtime. We were broadcasting the game here. We didn't have many replays to play because it was just back and forth in the midfield and not much happened. And they were surrendered that penalty late, and that was just a heartbreaker. But listen, credit to them, a great job bouncing back and getting the win against Nazareth on Wednesday. But look at this team overall. When they win, they're dominant. When they lose, they're getting blown out of the water. We'll take a look at the full screen in a second. But at the end of the day, this team just has to get better, and they have to play more competitive. You look at that, in wins, they're outscoring opponents 45-0. They've only won when they shut out opponents, and in losses, they're getting outscored 18-7. And you look at the shots, that when they're winning, they're dominating. When they're losing, they're just not getting the job done.
Yeah, what a bizarre season.
It is weird. weird
for the Lakers. I mean, you're winning, and you're winning at a rate that's insane. You know, you're outscoring your opponent 45-0 in your wins. I don't really know what to say. They're scoring 4 goals per game, which is second in the SUNYAC. They're not letting in a lot of goals. They're third in the SUNYAC in that regard. You have to win conference games, though, in order to make the playoffs. That's unfortunately how college sports work. That's how the SUNYAC works. So you have to play well in these conference games, and they really need to focus up when they play these conference games. Focus up like you're playing a non-conference game. Be aggressive, and score the ball and win games. All right, we are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's time to take a look at the week ahead for Oswego State Athletics. Don't change that channel. It's Laker Connections on.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Welcome back to Laker Connections on WTOP 10. It's now time for the week ahead. Brian and I will take a look at the Lakers schedules for this upcoming week and let you know what to expect out of Laker athletics this week. Brian, let's get it started.
Absolutely. Well, we start with what might be the most interesting game this entire week. The men's soccer team will play host to their Central New York rival, the Cortland Red Dragons, the same team that knocked them out of the playoffs in the SUNYAC in penalty kicks 2 years ago. Cortland comes in as one of the more dominant teams in the conference with a record of 5-1 in conference play. Aaron, it's a big matchup for the boys this weekend. What's it going to take to win?
Yeah, here we go. We got a good old-fashioned battle of Central New York between the Oswego State Lakers and the Cortland Red Dragons. This is going to be a fun one, folks. This is a game where Caleb Munsky and Brian Terra need to get everybody in the right mindset. And also, this is a game that has been on their minds for 2 years when they lost in overtime in the SUNYAC playoffs by not 2, not 3, but 1 penalty kick.
It took extra penalty kicks. Extra round of penalty kicks.
It took an extra round of penalty kicks. You look at their history versus Cortland. It's not pretty. 6-51-5 is definitely the number that stands out. And they haven't beaten Cortland since 2006. They haven't beaten Cortland in regulation since 1994. So this is a game that they've circled on their calendar. It's a game they circle on their calendar every year. This is a game where Brian Terra, Caleb Munsky need to get in the right state of mind. They don't score against Cortland, 0.65 goals per game in their history. So again, we talked about Slater Bush in the opening block. Getting him back from injury, he's going to need to step up and be able to score the ball. Ryan Young, as well as somebody that is going to be able to score the ball. Again, we sound like a broken record, folks. I'm sorry. But both of these soccer teams, especially the men's one, if they want to go far in the playoffs, need to score the ball.
Well, here it is, folks. Here it is, boys. This is the one you have circled, like Aaron said. This is the one you've been waiting for. This group has never beaten Cortland. Coach Kane has never beaten Cortland. This is the one you want. This is the revenge game. Cortland's been historically dominant. If this team is going to win this weekend, they have to play a perfect game, can't let anything slip, and when you get your chances, you have to execute, because that's what they've been missing this entire year. They've had their chances. They just haven't put it in the back of the net. They just got to finish. Finish, and you win the game.
Finish, score. Now, sticking with soccer, the Oswego State women's soccer team will take on the Cortland Red Dragons on Saturday at 1 o'clock in Cortland. Cortland is 6-4-2 on the year and currently sits third in the SUNY. The last time these two teams match up, the Lakers lost by a final score of 2-0. Brian, what are we looking for out of the Oswego State women's soccer team? I got a feeling you're going to say score the ball.
Wow. It's almost like we're friends.
Yeah,
it's almost like we're roommates and we hang out a lot
yes.
and we have very similar thoughts.
Yes.
But yeah, score the ball, and it's going to be the two-headed attack of Liz Myers, and Gracia Madden. Those two have been dominant. They've accounted for over half of the Lakers' goals this entire season. So if you're going to score the ball, you want to look to your two big players. And Madden and Myers, both in the top 20 in scoring in the SUNY, and that's what they need to do. This team's gone through a rough patch. There's no denying it, and they're playing a tough Cortland team that comes in 4-1-1 in conference. Like you said, they're third in the conference. You've got to play a really good game, and you need your stars to step up if you're going to win these games.
Madden and Myers, M&M, folks. What do we think about that? Yeah, these two girls need to step up and score the ball this weekend. It's going to be, if they get those two working on the offensive end, this team can beat a lot of teams in this conference. They just haven't been able to quite figure it out yet. Yeah, another great battle of Central New York. It seems like a lot of these SUNY conferences go through Cortland. This is going to be a theme throughout the show this year, folks. So yeah, M&M, Madden, and Myers score the ball, and you can have a little bit of success.
Yeah, listen, a lot of things run through Central New York. Now to the courts. The Oswego State volleyball team will look to turn the tide in conference play this weekend when they host Oneonta on Friday and New Paltz on Saturday for Senior Day. The Lakers will go into the weekend 0-5 in SUNY play in desperate need of a win. Aaron, this team has struggled. What's it going to take to finally make it happen in conference this weekend?
Yeah, you know what's so funny? You said desperation time. That's literally what I wrote in my notes here. It is desperation time for JJ O'Connell, and company and the girls over there at Max Seal Gymnasium. Yeah, they probably got to win out to make the SUNY playoffs, and it starts this weekend with these two conference games against Oneonta and against New Paltz. This is where it all starts. Remember 2 years ago, Brian, when we talked about the Oswego State volleyball team and how much success they had when they won the first set? Well, they haven't really done that all year. They need to start doing that. They need to set the tone of the game. And play volleyball at their place. They've only won 2 sets this year in conference play. They're being outscored in sets 15-2. So again, it's all about playing your game, and it's all about getting the ball rolling to start this one for the Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it right now. It's on your screen. They've really struggled in conference play. They're 0-5. They've lost 15-2 in terms of sets. But at the end of the day, they got a chance. They play 3 out of the bottom 4 teams in the conference left on their schedule. The other team is themselves at 0-5. So Oneonta, Plattsburgh, Potsdam, all chances for them to get wins. And you're absolutely right. If they have any chance to make the playoffs, which they still do, if they win out in the SUNY, they still can technically do it. They need a big win against Oneonta and an upset against New Paltz on Saturday. Give themselves a happy Senior Day. That's exactly what they need. It should be an interesting matchup. We have to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it's the Wheelhouse Wire as Aaron and I preview the men's hockey season. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Laker Connections on WTOP 10.
What do you think you're doing, Kevin?
Was just gonna drive home.
There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving.
Like hearing voices?
Like your text-to-emoji ratio?
Oh man, the selfies.
Selfie nailed it. We all have warning signs that let us know that we're probably not okay to drive. Mine is pretending to be your subconscious.
Craig, come on man, let's put a ride home.
And welcome back to Laker Connections on WTOP 10. Folks, it's finally here, hockey season, and it's time for the Wheelhouse Wire as Aaron and I break down this week's matchups for the Lakers hockey team. Aaron, the Lakers start off exhibition play with a tough matchup. Why don't you get us there?
Yes, thank you, Brian. The Oswego State Lakers will take on the Utica Pioneers in their first exhibition match of the season. When the Lakers last saw Utica, they were the third best team in the country and were on their way to the NCAA tournament before the world, folks, turned upside down. The puck drop for this one is at 7 o'clock in the newly named Deborah F. Stanley Ice Arena. Brian, what can we expect out of Lakers in their first preseason game of the year?
Well, Aaron, let's be honest. There's no grace period this year like there was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, folks, if you remember, they brought in a juniors team, Travis Broman's old juniors team, the Carleton Place Canadians, and absolutely had a day. They won 9-1. Derek Brown had a hat trick. They were absolutely dominant. There's no such grace period this year. They're starting it out about as tough as you can get. They're facing the Utica Pioneers, a team that year in, year out is in the top 15. They're always ranked in the NCAA tournament. They're always in the Empire 8 tournament finals. And on top of that, Utica also played last year. You take a look at Utica, they played last year, so they have a clear chemistry advantage going into it. Right? This Oswego team is going to be behind the 8 ball in every way going into this game. But you look at it, what Coach Gosick's looking for, it's how his team plays. He knows this at the end of the day. They win or lose, this game doesn't count against you. So at the end of the day, he just wants to see improvement from his team.
Yeah, I talked to Coach Gosick today, actually. And you know what he said? I asked him the question, you bring in the Carleton Place Canadians 2 years ago, you bring in Nazareth 2 years ago, 2 teams that they beat up on in years past. And I said, why are you bringing in Utica this year? What was the thought process going behind that? And he said, well, folks, in order to be the best, you got to play the best. And there have never been truer words that have been said from head coach Ed Gosick. Yeah, this is a preseason matchup where you want to get your feet wet. You're going to be seeing the competition that you're going to want to face in the NCAA tournament for sure. Travis Broman, Alex DiCarlo, this is going to be a real chance for them to signify that they're going to be the dominant force in this Laker offense. I just can't even believe that it's been 2 years, a year and a half,
it's
really,
crazy.
Since the hockey was last played in the Wheelhouse. It's got a brand new name, brand new stuff going on in there. It's super exciting. But yeah, this is a game where they can really establish themselves across the NCAA. We're going to talk about the preseason poll a little bit later. I know they're not feeling too great about being behind Geneseo. And a game like Utica, even though it's a preseason game, if you can go in there and establish early on that you're a force to be reckoned with in the NCAA, I mean, that's going to be really huge for this team.
It is a great opportunity for them to reestablish themselves and put themselves back on the map. Now taking a look at the SUNY Conference, the men's hockey.
I think the lie is Annabella.
And you?
No, I think the lie is the Cheetah Prince.
I don't know if your favorite flower is a rose.
Okay. So, Kay, you changed your answer and you got it right, and I thought this was going to throw you off. So these awesome socks, if we can get a little zoom in on cam 3, that would be awesome. These awesome socks are a gift from my stepmother, Carrie. Thank you. Here's a shout out. And it's because she loves cheetah print and I hate it, and so she thought it'd be funny, and that's why I'm wearing these tonight, even though they don't match. Nice. My favorite flower is a rose.
Oh, nice.
It's also why we have yellow roses on the set. Oh. I like pink roses personally because that's my favorite color.
I love tulips.
And what was my other? Oh yeah, my middle name is Annabella.
Oh yeah, I was pretty sure it was.
I have a radio show name called BAM, which you guys should totally tune into Wednesdays from 7 to 8, and it'll also be a podcast on Spotify. I'm totally just self-plugging myself right now.
Yeah, your Instagram came recommended to me, and I saw A, so I was like, okay.
Yeah, because if you flip it around, Mab is BAM. So I just think it's fun, and it can be business and media. It's a show of whatever I want it to be.
That's very creative.
Nice. So knock on the door, and I'll let you in. It's okay. 7 to 8 Wednesdays.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice. All right. So Faye, you kind of butchered your segment, but
oops,
it's okay. We'll move on.
I was like, I have them, and then I realized I thought of 3 truths, As if I was just looking at like fun facts.
I don't know how I came about telling two lies and one truth. Like,
yeah, I don't know how I
feel like
I was just giving fun facts.
Even though
at this point, literally.
I was just like, oh, fun facts, and then I was like, oh no, the third thing I had prepared. I think I was gonna say the third one is I grew up in an ultra-Orthodox Jewish family, and I was like, that's also true. Oh no, I just said 3. I was just
you would have said you were Catholic.
And you never want to sound like a liar on TV.
It's okay. Listen, don't go anywhere. When we come back, there's going to be a lot more fun after the break.
Hey there, I'm Al Roker, class of 76. Yes, way back in 76. Back when the earth was cooling. You're watching WTOP.
The Kinda Late Show with Chloe and Anna. Like licorice, Twizzlers, absolutely nasty. The thought of turkey is just nauseating. I think you're wrong, is what I think. You think I'm wrong a lot of times. I do think you're wrong a lot.
When you look at the number of disasters in the U.S., chances are every area will deal with some kind of emergency in the next decade. And between school, sports, and social lives, chances are you won't be with your kids when it happens. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids has the educational tools and information to make the conversation easy. When the time comes, chances are they'll feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
Put the keys down, Kevin. But I'm gonna drive home. There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving.
I guess I have really been looking for love in this dating app. Yep, I'm definitely gonna call a ride home.
Welcome back to Major Discussions. As always, I'm Melinda, and up next, Faye is going to take it away with our next game.
The name of the game is Who is Most Likely? We'll be pulling scenarios from a deck of cards and having a major discussion of who is most likely to do the action on each card. And according to Mel, we can't vote for ourselves. So even if it seems like one of us is the best choice, we cannot vote for ourselves, so we're not going to vote for ourselves.
She's salty about it, if you guys can't talk. So, Kay, once again, is going to pull our first. She's going to shake the basket up a little bit.
Let me shake.
And then we're going to pray that people can read my handwriting, because it's on ripped pieces of paper. Okay. I couldn't find the flashcards.
Who is most likely to be the best at negotiating? I think Melinda.
My vote's going to be, oh, this is tough. I'm going to say Kay, sorry.
Okay, I think you.
Okay, so I win that one. All right. Oh, and I'll keep the card, so then we can count them at the end if we want, or we'll just find out after. I don't know. All right. Who is most likely to ignore their engine light? I'm currently doing that, so I can't vote for myself, though, so I'm going to say Faye.
Oh, I don't have a car, so I'm going to vote you because you're doing it.
What about you?
I know how to drive, but I don't have a car yet.
Okay, so so am I the automatic vote?
You,
yeah.
I
have a car? Okay. Well,
yeah, because you have a car and you're doing it.
I should have my car this summer, though.
That's
so
fair.
Who would be...
The controller also votes me, so thank you.
Everyone votes me. Who would be the best tour guide?
Kay.
Yeah, I would say Kay also. Who are you voting?
I would say Faye.
Oh, thanks. Okay. I had considered doing it, but I'm not.
I'm too squirrely.
Most likely to pick a lock. Melinda.
Okay. I'm gonna say, I think Faye would. I think you'd lock yourself out and you'd pick a lock. You're resourceful.
Yeah, I probably.
Okay.
I've done it. Yeah. Oh wait, we're giving it to the person who wins.
I've tried to pick a lock before. I was unsuccessful, but I really did try hard.
You see, I grew up in the projects. We don't pick locks. Like you can't even pick a lock. Like, you know. we just don't do that.
I couldn't find a key to something. It was a whole mess.
You see, the building I grew up in, instead of picking the lock, we popped it. Like we just popped the door open.
Wow. Oh, is it my turn?
If you're from Edenwald, then you know what I'm talking about.
All right. Most likely to win limbo.
Limbo.
Okay.
I think you.
I agree. I think you.
Yeah.
That's fine. Also, I totally forgot about the grab and card rule, so we're just gonna ignore that. We're all winners tonight. Okay. Who is most likely to be a military general?
Faye. Sorry. You give that vibe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you're the one in the suit tonight.
Okay.
Between the two of us, who?
You.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go with Faye. Faye again. Most likely to learn another language.
I would say Faye too, but I was kind of caught because I feel like you would, take on another language.
I would, but
But I know you. Faye already knows multiple.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I can.
That's her thing.
I can speak English and Russian, and I understand Hebrew and Yiddish.
That's crazy.
So
I could never. I did high school Spanish.
I would vote for K
kept up
between
with
the two of you, though.
Sorry. Who is most likely to bail you out from jail? I'm gonna say Faye, old reliable here. I don't know why I patted you like that.
I don't know. That's a good. I guess I'll second that, Faye.
I'll
second that.
I'd hope you say me.
Yeah, Melinda. Okay. Yes, Melinda. You give me rides to Syracuse.
Yeah.
Most likely to win a fight.
Okay.
Okay. I would. I'm sorry, Melinda. I was just gonna say Faye because you look like the sweet introvert girl. Does not.
My brothers would disagree.
I'm
with you.
like, I don't know, but I feel like there is a rougher side of you that would win the fight. Yeah.
Thank you.
You give me that calm vibe, though.
I can see it happening.
Do you see that? Look here.
Become a reality TV star, Melinda, PR queen.
Yep.
I feel like Faye would. I think. But here's the thing. I don't know. I don't think you'd be like typical reality star. I think that you'd like host it and like. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Who's your pick?
My pick. You.
Okay.
Yeah.
PR queen.
Okay. You've
been killing it at Major Discussions.
No, but you are like amazing. Like if you go on her Instagram, her personal Instagram, it's always some PR thing going on. You're like, ooh, wow.
I don't know. I just use my story a lot. I use it. Okay, who is most likely to get married in Vegas?
Hey, I'm sorry.
I'll say Faye.
You and your girlfriend gives me hope. I swear to God.
I'm gonna say Mel. I don't know why.
I'm impulsive enough.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's not
just
good.
like we're in Vegas. Okay, let's get married.
I don't think I would ever actually do that. Please.
Whatever happens in Vegas,
Dad, if you're listening to me,
it's not going to be in Vegas, but I hear where they're coming from.
This is going to be our final question of the night.
Okay, most likely to stay calm in a crisis.
Faye.
I'm say K.
I would say myself, but I know I can't pick myself, so I'm gonna say Belinda.
Thank you.
Okay, so we all voted for each other.
So one look around. I appreciate the confidence. I don't know if I agree with you. I'd love to be that person who's like a sense of calm, but
I feel like I'm always calm because I grew up in such a area.
That's fair. Yeah.
And like you're involved in so many organizations, like you have to stay calm to juggle everything.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I have to.
That's our show, folks. We hope you had as much fun as we did. Thanks so much to Kay for joining us here tonight.
Tonight was full of laughs and we really appreciate it. But you can follow us on our Instagram, major_discussions for more behind the scenes looks. And
tune in next time
throughout the week. So tune in
next time for more major discussions.
Hello world and welcome back to Smile You're on Camera episode 2. My name is Mia Dirks, if you remember me, and I'm so glad to see you return for our second episode tonight. I think you're really going to enjoy what we'll be talking about in the next half hour. I also want to take a moment to thank you, our audience, for tuning in to support the show and all the students behind it. Now, without further ado, let's start the show tonight. So after our first episode, I was in the process of choosing another guest to bring on our show, someone who could tell us more about a different part of life here on campus. I was trying to think of a bunch of different people and brainstorm a bunch of different options, but the answer to my dilemma was in front of me the whole time. So enough with the suspense. I'd like to introduce our guest for this episode. Everyone, meet Jemima Fabius, and Jemima, meet everyone. If you could put Jemima on camera, please. So this is Jemima. So the funny thing is, we're actually roommates this year, despite being paired randomly at the start of the fall semester. I remember finding out that you'd be my roommate on the way up to school, because it was up in the air over the summer. But I think it definitely worked out for the best over the last 2 semesters, don't you think? Do you think so too?
Yeah, it definitely did. The original plan, personally, for me was I was going to apply for a medical single, but then I met you, and I was like, oh, you're so nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think we both complement each other well. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil too much about Jemima, about what you do, but before we take a look at a day in your life, can you give us a quick little intro to who you are and some of the things you do here?
I'm Jemima, obviously. I'm a psychology major. This is actually my 2nd semester. I graduated from OCC in Syracuse like last 2 semesters ago as a bio major, and now I'm a psychology major here.
Awesome. Well, over the last few semesters, I've really enjoyed learning more about the things about Jemima and some of the things she's involved with here on campus, and I think you all will too. So without further ado, let's take a look at a day in her life.
Today it's gonna be a long day. I have my show at it's not my show, it's everybody's show, but I have the show that I will be performing in at 8 p.m. Right now though, I have 3 classes back to back. I have an exam to do. I have some studying for another exam to do. Between that, I have to go to rehearsal. And then I have to get ready for the show. Yeah, it's a lot. On a Friday, I should be asleep right now. I'm also on a team here, and I have rehearsal for that today too, because we have a dinner tomorrow that we're performing in. We just have to get our last rehearsal out the way. But besides that, for now, I'm just gonna go get these classes out the way, take my exam, which I studied for last night. I should probably do a little 5-minute review right now, but I'll see. So yeah, I'm gonna go get dressed and then a little review session and out the door. I'll see you guys later. Taking my exam. I am currently on my way back. Well, not really back to my building, but I'm gonna probably get lunch or something and then study for my online exam that I have, and then I'll go from there on. But for now, going back to Lakeside. Okay, this might be like a scary view, but I'm actually doing my makeup right now, and then I gotta get dressed for the show. I'm running out of time. I have 20 minutes left, and I'm late. So I will see you later. Okay, so makeup is done. Time to get dressed. I'm still late. I'm so late. I did my outfit change and did the modeling walk, and it was amazing. The show is a success, so I'm just, excited. Everything went good, and I was happy to be part of something like that. So yeah, time to go to bed because tomorrow's another long day. On a good note, I'm surprised my makeup is still intact. Ooh, it's giving face. Alright, good night, guys.
That was an amazing day. I really loved seeing how you took us through a day in your life, and I loved how you could see some of my wall art in the background too. I hope you all enjoyed meeting Louis the cat. He lives around the corner from us, so shout out Louis. After the break, we're going to talk a little bit more about some of the things Jemima showed us in that video and highlight some more organizations on campus. So I'll see you after the break.
Say, President Stanley, whenever there's bad weather, who would you turn to?
I'd turn to Storm Team 10.
No, but you've got to say it like this. Storm Team 10. Say it with me. Storm Team 10.
Roll it.
Jill told me it was Kitty from Glee. Yeah, what is it?
It's Al Roker.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back from the break. So before the break, we watched What a Day in Jemima's life looks like, and we're going to dive a little deeper into some of those events now. But before we get into anything serious, I need to bring up a development from that video. We said your go-to order was a caramel frappuccino from Starbucks, but do you have a new drink?
I actually do. I have a new favorite drink now. A strawberry frappuccino. So good. I don't know which one I like better though, because I just started this one.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Those are like two different worlds of flavors, I think.
I know, but they're so good.
Yeah. I like the vanilla bean one too. It's like a vanilla milkshake, I think.
Really?
Yeah. But I see where you're coming from with the caramel too. And also, one other less serious question I have. You have a story you want to tell about us in the beginning.
Right.
So, yeah, let's
hear that. Before I met Mia, I added her on Facebook. I like looking up my roommates. So I added her on Facebook and I messaged her. And she did not read my message at all. Opened it, nothing. So I said, oh, okay, we're gonna block. So I blocked her. I don't know why I did that, but I blocked her. And then when she came, I was like, oh, I thought you didn't want to talk to me or something. But she was cool.
I had not checked my Facebook like at all over the summer. And if I did, I'd probably checked it for like 5 seconds. So it was, I assure you, it was nothing personal.
I apologize.
No, I think it's just a funny story. So now getting into some of the things we saw in the video, one thing you were involved with there, you had gone to the step rehearsal. So we have the image step team here on campus. So and you're part of that, I know.
Mhm.
So can you tell us a little bit more about what you do there and what kind of things and performances you're a part of?
Yes, so I'm on the image step team. I've actually been on a step team before in high school, like a long time ago. But I was wondering if I should join again because it was sort of traumatizing. We had to do a lot of stuff for competition, and I wasn't willing to do that again. But then I came here, and then I saw the image step team and how everyone was just so nice, and it was just nice to see the bond that you can get out of being part of a team. So that's why I really like being part of it.
Yeah, and I can relate to that too in terms of things I was a part of in high school as well. That I feel like in high school is much more competitive, and like you're expected to do this amount of work and do this and this and this on the list of things to do. But here it's more, those same types of organizations are more like laid back, and it's more about having fun and like making friends and things, I think personally. So I think we can relate in that way. And in this video as well, we also saw you going to your cognitive psychology class.
Mhm.
So how did you end up with a psychology major, and how's it going so far?
Okay, so as I previously mentioned, I was a bio major in my previous school, but then what really changed my mind was my best friend. Well, she didn't force me, but so she works in a psych hospital or something, but the way she just works with her patients, it was just interesting to see how she's able to help those people out, and that's what really made me want to do that too. So I changed my major to psychology so I can fulfill that.
Yeah, I don't know if you all remember from last episode too with Sam, she also wanted to make the world a better place with her ambitions in animation and everything, so it seems like there's a pattern of guests on the show wanting to make people better, but I really loved hearing more about that, how that was the kind of motivation and reason for you to become involved with psychology, and I think that's interesting. So is there any sort of like career path specifically, I guess, that you want to go into in the future related to that?
Yes, specifically a psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm.
That was basically it. That's all I had in mind.
And do you have to go to school for a certain number of years after this as well?
I'm actually not sure. I have to do more research on that because I just transferred to that major recently, so I don't really have much information on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm lucky I can get out of here in 4 years because, I don't know, but I feel like with a lot of the sciences you have to go for years and years and years and years.
Oh no, see, with me is because I already completed my associates in basically all sciences, I think I'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I only have 1 more year to go.
Okay. And what's been your most rewarding experience with your classes so far? Like, do you have a favorite class, or do you have something that you're proud of accomplishing?
My favorite class so far right now is developmental psychology. I find it really interesting because originally with my bio major, I wanted to work with children, and developmental psychology is basically teaching you the basics and general information about human development from birth. So that's really interesting.
Yeah, that is. I always find it interesting how different our course, not even just me and you, but just people I've met here at school, the different things that we're doing at school, and it's like insane. I do a lot of stuff in TV, and you're just learning about. I don't know. It's insane. One other thing that I know about you is you were involved with chorus as well last semester.
Yes, I was.
Did you do that in high school as well, or like, have you always been a musical person?
Yes, I was actually. In high school, I used to go and compete in music competitions, and I got first place one time.
What competition?
The NAACP. It's in Harlem.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and
how many participants were there? Like, how big of a group were you competing against?
I think it was like 8 people.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was like 8 people, and that's what I did. I was also in chorus in high school, so I wanted to have a similar experience here, and that's why I joined.
What kind of music do you like to sing the most, I guess? Is it more like traditional chorus songs, or I'm not really familiar with chorus that much?
Honestly, I don't really know a specific type of song, but I just love the songs where you can just pour your soul out.
Yeah. I think that's a big facet of music, and playing music and learning music. For those of you at home, I play cello. I'm a member of the orchestra here. I've played cello since like 3rd grade, and for me, like, just learning music and being able to bring an emotional connotation or emotional level to music, it's always fascinating to learn more about composers and like what they were going through, and trying to perform that in your own way, I guess, and interpret it in your own way. But I think music is so powerful, don't you think?
You're really good at cello.
Oh, thank you. You're good at singing too. I hear you sing sometimes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this semester too, I've been learning like computer music. You've heard some of the beats I'm making. Yeah, that's been fun. I'm trying to start my SoundCloud rapping career.
I'll be your first fan. I got you.
Thank you. Is there any concluding thoughts on how your semester's going so far, or anything you're looking forward to, I guess?
So far my semester is going good, better than last semester. I've adjusted to multiple things now, so I think I'll be fine.
Yeah. I think the weather outside too, I don't know about you, but just the fact that the sun is setting later and later, and it's getting sunnier, and it's not snowing and raining, it definitely affects your mood, I guess I would say. Because like last semester I was just like, oh great, it's dark at 4 o'clock. I'm sure everyone at home can relate to that too. But yeah.
The thing is, I'm more of a night person. I know you know this.
Yeah.
I stay up every night, so I loved it personally. But yeah, the day kind of drains me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a night person too. You know me too. I think my day has kind of shifted into the night, and I just wake up later now. But like the fact that I would be coming out of class at 4 o'clock and it would be pitch black out, and I'm just like, where did the sun go?
I love it.
I know you, but it's getting warmer. We can go to the lake more. We can go outside more and not have bundles of
Definitely.
coats.
It's vacation time.
I know. You're going to Florida, right? Do you want to say anything about that too?
Yeah, I'm going at the end of the month on a weekend, of course. We can't miss classes. But yeah, I'm excited for that. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm super jealous of you. Take lots of pictures and remember me when you're down there.
you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for telling us a little bit more about you and some of the things you're involved with on campus. It's been great learning more about things that I wasn't too familiar with at the start of this year. After the break, Jemima and I will be reacting to some photo submissions from the people around us and discussing what's been going on in your lives. Want to know more? Stick around to find out.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Shine on that boy.
Look at the bling. Look at do we got a diamond tester on?
Yeah, that's getting bad. Yep. 10 out of 10 recommend on Yelp. We scored? Yeah, we scored. We're going to the playoffs. I can't believe I missed that. Every time I'm buzzed, I spend too much time on my phone.
What? I should take your phone away.
No. I'll call for a ride. Wait, why does my face look like that? I'm playing with these new face filters.
Okay, you know what? Yep, that's mine.
Kevin, I need that back.
No.
Kevin!
Hello again, everyone. It's nice to see you joining us here again after the break. So in our last episode, I had introduced a new segment we're going to be airing tonight called Snapshots. I had asked you, our viewers, to send in pictures or videos of things going on in your lives for us to react to here on the show. Thanks to everyone who submitted things. It's greatly appreciated. And if you're new here, I'll tell you more about how you can enter your own submissions near the end of the episode. So without further ado, let's get started. We have a full... So this is our snapshots. Yep, so we have some full screen pictures here. This was submitted by our PR coordinator / camera operator, Melinda Brancato. And this was a recipe that she recently cooked. It's Italian balsamic chicken. And I should get the ingredients out, but what do you think?
This looks really good.
Let me get the ingredients out because Melinda wanted me to spread the word. There's chicken, olive oil, balsamic vinegar, but more balsamic vinegar than oil. A lot of Italian seasoning, basil, parsley, onions, onion powder, garlic powder, custard pepper, among other things. I think that looks amazing. I think that looks good job, Melinda.
It looks healthy too, in a way.
Yeah, it looks like a nice, full meal. And I brought this up too because you are an amazing cook. You always make the best dinners and things. And I just want to say you made me one papaya smoothie, and I never let that go. That was so good.
I love papaya smoothies. It tasted like a mango smoothie, right?
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
And there was that one, what was it, the tacos or something you made where you fried it?
I made tacos with pork inside of it. It's a traditional pork that we cook in my country, and it just tasted really good.
It was so good. I love getting the little treats on my desk, here, try this.
No, I'll leave you little notes. This is for you, Mia.
I know, I'm so lucky. So, all right, so thank you, Melinda, for your photo. Can we move to the next photo, please? This is from our wonderful floor manager, Kial. So last week, I'm pretty sure, we had the Aurora Borealis here on campus. There were a bunch of sightings. If you went out to the lake on one night, you could see the northern lights. I tried to go out there, but unfortunately, I could not see them. It was too cloudy. But I think it was a wonderful picture. Just, you could really see tight-knit friends, and I think huddling around a campfire when it's super cold out by the lake is the Oswego thing to do, in my opinion.
Yeah, this looks so fun. I was in step rehearsal that day, and in the dance room, the windows, we actually saw it from there.
You did?
Yeah, it was really nice.
What
you
did
could see
it look
it from the windows. It was more bluish and greenish.
Really?
Yeah, but then the sky and the sunset was red. It was yeah.
I'm so jealous. I was we were out there waiting and forever and ever and ever, but it never came. It was just too cloudy. I went on the second night, but
oh my
gosh. I'm so jealous of you. But
I know, right?
Yeah, and like I said, doing this whole sitting by the campfire on the lake, like just the lake is like an Oswego staple. I know we've gone to the lake and just wandered around down there. I love watching the sunsets. And
the sunset is really nice there.
We have some beautiful sunsets here in Oswego. So thank you, Kial, for your photo as well. And then we have one last photo, if we can bring that up, please. So would you like to talk about this?
Okay, so I recently just found a new hobby out of nowhere, pulled it out of thin air. During our, what was it, spring break?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, during spring break, I was just really bored and I was caught up on homework. So I said, why not start doing nails? Which I did, and surprisingly, I'm good at it. So here's my new business.
Yeah, I see some of the photos of the nails you do, and I see it on you too, where you're wearing your own designs, and you're so talented. I don't know how you could just pick it up and just be like, yeah, I just did acrylic. I just did gel acrylics, like no problem. But I'm surprised that it came out of like, you're like, I was caught up with homework, and so I started doing nails instead.
I know, and it's crazy because now I'm like trying to limit how long, like on who I do nails on, because then it gets caught up with my work, so I have to stop for a while.
Yeah, you gotta balance homework and
I
business
know.
and whatever. And you also do hair as well too, I know.
I do.
So you're really like an all-around,
It's a lot.
person. What's another skill that you're hoping to learn in the future in terms of nails? Like what's another design that, or like new technique that you want to try out sometime soon?
I'm not really sure. We'll see when I get bored again.
We'll see. I remember I was like obsessed with doing nail art in like 7th grade, so
oh my god,
I'm happy to see you like.
I wasn't even allowed to get my nails done at that time, so I couldn't.
Well, look at you coming all full circle now. Well, let's hope that it goes so much bigger than that and you get a bunch of new projects to do. But thank you so much for coming on the show. It was so cool learning more about what you all have been up to. All at home have been up to for the past few weeks. If you're new here or are interested in submitting something for next episode, you can send in your snapshots to smilewtop10@gmail.com or DM them to our new Instagram, smile_WTOP10, for the chance to be featured next episode. So I'm looking forward to seeing your submissions in the future. But thank you again to you, Jemima, for coming on. I really appreciate you sharing your life and some of the things you're involved with. Any final thoughts about being on the show?
This was amazing. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, I know it's a whole new experience, but I'm so glad to come on and interview you. Thank you so much to my wonderful crew as well. I appreciate you all. Couldn't do this without you. And thank you to our viewers at home, watching at home. Make sure to tune in next episode. We're gonna have a whole new guest. I don't want to spoil too much, but it might be a professor. I don't know, we're gonna see. So make sure to tune in next episode and do not forget to smile because you're on camera. Have a good night, everyone.
Chloe, what time is it?
I don't know, but it's getting kind of late.
The Kinda Late Show with Chloe and Anna, Holiday Edition. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Kinda Late Show. I'm Anna.
And I'm Chloe, and this is the show where we talk about anything and everything going on in our lives and yours.
We would like to first start off by saying happy holidays to all of our viewers. Also, tonight's episode is the season finale of the Kinda Late Show.
Yep, and it's definitely been a fun few weeks, and we're going to continue that fun tonight with our holiday-themed season finale.
Since this is the season finale, we have a lot of fun planned, and we're going to start off the show with a little game.
One of the best parts of the holiday season is the classic movies that we get to watch each year.
So for our game, we each have a few quotes written down from our favorite Christmas movies, and the other person will have to guess what movie we're referencing.
Okay. You ready to go?
Yeah.
So I'm going to lose.
Okay. So the first one is, ooh, ah, that's it. I'm not going.
The Grinch.
Yes. The Grinch is my favorite Christmas movie. I watch it like probably 17 times every year.
I'm honestly surprised I got that.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. That one's kind of easy, only because it wasn't like really popular on TikTok for a second.
But I just think it's so funny. I love that movie.
It is funny though. I kind of want to movie night rewatch it.
Yes.
Because I never have been able to get through it. Well, I have gotten through it, but like I'll always try to rewatch it. I know last Christmas we tried to rewatch it, and I'll always like just turn it off.
How? It's by far favorite Christmas movie. I can watch it I will sit there and watch it like 3 times in a row. Like I don't need to take a break. I will just sit there and watch it and rewatch it. I think it's so funny. I sit there and laugh the whole time. I have most of it memorized. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh, okay.
It's so good. One time we were watching it and I convinced my friend that Cindy Lou Who dies at the end,
Oh
which
my
isn't
gosh.
true. But I convinced my friend of that. It was really funny. She like believed me for a second. Like when they're on the sleigh going down the hill, I was like, oh yeah, like this is where she dies, and she's like, what? And I was like, you didn't know that? She's like, no, like I don't think I've ever finished the movie. And I was like, yeah, like Cindy Lou Who dies at the end. It's not true, guys.
I can't believe that would be like a Christmas movie. But my quote is, we elves try to stick to our 4 main food groups: candy, candy canes, candy corns, and syrup.
That's from Elf.
It is from Elf. That one's like one of the most iconic Christmas movies ever though. Like,
yeah, that was good.
Thank you. That was the first thing I thought of. I was like, I have to do something from Elf. It's like everybody watches it every single season. It's every time you're in school too. Like that's the movie they'll put on. Oh, you don't know what to watch? Polar Express or Elf? Mm-hmm. It's always between the two, and it's funny. It's a classic, I think.
Definitely a classic.
Maybe not a classic, but it's
Will Ferrell, top notch.
Yeah.
10 out of 10 performance.
Exactly. But it's like, it's just happy, and like it's
It
an
is
easy
happy.
one to watch. Like everybody will like kind of enjoy it if you put it on.
Yeah,
Like,
and the scene where he's like skipping through the city, and it's just like it's actually him talking to random people in the city.
Is it actually?
Yeah, it's
I
like
didn't know
like
that.
he's going across the crosswalk. Sorry, and like he starts talking to somebody that's just like a random dude.
Oh,
I'm pretty
cute.
sure. I may have false information. Don't quote me on that, but I'm like pretty sure. Next quote is, "Bye, buddy. I hope you find your dad."
Elf. There we go. At least we have different quotes. We don't know any of these beforehand, by the way.
Yeah.
Other than the ones we picked.
Yeah, no, Elf's definitely a good one, a classic, if you will. I enjoy it. I actually didn't really watch Elf until maybe like 2-3 years ago. Like it wasn't something I watched a lot growing up.
I remember when I found out that it was Zooey Deschanel that played the girl. It was like a revelation. I was like,
I know,
New
that
Girl?
was such big news. Like I didn't know that because I love New Girl and she just looks so different.
She does. It like threw me off. Like I didn't make the connection right away because isn't she like blonde or something? In the
Yeah,
movie?
she's blonde in Elf, but she's brunette. Oh, and she didn't have like bangs or glasses
Yeah.
or anything, and that's like her classic look.
Exactly, and their
Just
like
that's what you
characters are so
expect.
different too. Like
Yeah,
New
they're
Girl
two
and
completely
Elf.
different people.
But like when I found out, I was like stunned. I was like, that's not the same person.
I want them to make a new version of Elf, but except it's like it's Jessica Day instead of whatever the other girl's name is, because she would love Christmas. She'd be all over Buddy. Like,
Oh, I think they would get along. Like, you know
they'd
how
be
they kind of
best
had that,
friends.
like, oh, I don't totally like you type of
Yeah.
vibe? They definitely would get along, and they would be best friends.
we
But,
should make that a thing.
You know, yeah, we'll definitely let them know. Okay, so my next quote is, "Oh, come now, if Santa stayed home, why there would be no Christmas."
I know the movie. I can't think of the name of it. I watch it
That
every
was an
year.
actual classic.
I love that movie. No, is it? No. Is it Year Without a Santa Claus?
Yeah,
okay.
it is.
I love
Yeah.
that movie. It's so good.
That one, like, is one of the ones where every single year, like, I want it to be on. Like, there's a select few movies that every single Christmas season, I want to watch them. And it's usually, like, the really old ones that are, like, either, like, the claymation type or, like, the old cartoons.
The
like,
claymation ones just hit different.
yeah, they have, like, a special place in my heart. And I love them. And I feel like every year it's just something I'm like, I really want to watch this one. I think we used to have it, like, recorded, too, on our, like, what is it?
Like a DVR?
Yeah, there we go.
What even is that? Like, I don't
What
even
is
know.
that? But yeah, what's the next quote?
The next quote is, "Why's the carpet all wet, Todd?" "I don't know, Margot." I don't think you're gonna get it.
I don't think we're gonna get this. I feel like it's not like an old one. I feel like, is it like, oh, if I say Home Alone, I'm gonna get actually judged. It's not Home Alone. Oh no, I don't know.
It's National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
What? is that? I've never heard of that.
Oh my god, it is so good. It's like one of my mom's favorite movies. And so holiday season rolls around, it's on repeat in my house. That's the only thing that it's on. There's 2 TVs in my house. Both TVs are playing National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Non-stop. It's so good. Please go and watch it. I love it. My whatever his name is, my mom got a cardboard cutout of him for her friend for her 50th birthday because they are obsessed with him. They're obsessed with the movie. It's so good. Thank you. It's Chevy Chase. I'm saying thank you to everybody else who's helping me out today. But Chevy Chase, what a star. Love him. But great movie. Highly recommend. You need to go watch it.
That I've never heard of that. That's so I don't even know. But for my next one, it is I was afraid of that. The thermometer is turning reddish. I hate red thermometers. This is from a classic.
Is it the one with the no, because that's the same. Is that the same movie? No. I don't know.
You don't know? It's from Frosty the Snowman.
Oh.
It's when he's dying in the greenhouse.
I was never a Frosty kid. Sorry, I hate to break it to you.
I used to think it was so long and it was only a half hour.
No, I was never a Frosty kid. I remember I would sing it in chorus every year. We would do a little holiday concert, sing Frosty.
Missing out.
Sorry, my bad.
He literally died in the greenhouse.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I don't I was just never I knew the song, of course.
I'll convince you that he dies.
No. Well, I know the storyline. The storyline is in the song.
Oh yeah.
So there's really no point in watching it. So our next quote is, "Seeing is believing, but sometimes the most real things in the world are the things we can't see."
Oh, Santa Claus.
No.
One.
No. It's the Polar Express.
Oh, yeah. You're so right. I was thinking about one scene where in Santa Claus when the sleigh is down. That's what I was thinking of.
I love the Santa Claus movies. They're really good. Those are also some of my favorite holiday movies.
No, definitely. But I love Polar. Oh, okay. Polar Express is also a classic.
Very much so.
It got boring, but
that's what you watch in elementary school, and they would
exactly.
make hot cocoa, and then it'd be pajama day.
Those were the best.
My teachers were bringing popcorn. It was the one you always had to stay in your classroom, but that was the one time you'd be able to jump between classrooms, get different snacks. They had maybe some different movies going on, but it was always Polar Express.
Polar Express. That was always the best
Express,
one.
The hot chocolate.
It was always just that really would put you in a Christmas spirit. But for my last quote, a toy is never truly happy until it is loved by a child.
Is it Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
It is, yeah.
That's what I was from the Island of Misfit Toys.
Exactly. But yeah, I don't know.
Rudolph's another one with a song.
Yeah, one of the best songs, I think. Everybody knows the words.
True.
I used to sing that.
You got your little reindeer ears on.
Yeah.
You could be Rudolph for the day.
I would be Rudolph. No, I just always loved it. It was always just such a nice, I don't know. It was just amazing.
I used to have, one of the things we decorate my house with is we put, a different holiday-themed stuffed animal on each step going upstairs to my house. I don't know why we do that, but apparently that's just something we do. And one of them is a reindeer, a Rudolph, and you press a button and he sings Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
That's cute. No, we used to do a Christmas thing, and the kids would get up on stage and sing Rudolph. But that is all the quotes that we have for right now, but stay tuned for right after this because we got more after this break.
Athletics. Aaron, there were 6 big points. This is the one you've been waiting for. This group has never beaten Cortland.
Getting started with some men's soccer as the Lakers had 2 conference matchups.
For half of the Lakers' goals this entire season.
Offense is key. You talked all about scoring goals.
Good evening and welcome to WTOP 10 Nightly News.
For the governor race with a strong lead, former Governor Andrew Cuomo is...
Barlow announced the completion of a large building mural in downtown Oswego.
The renovations on the Hewitt Union Building, turning it into the new Hewitt Hall.
And as we move into tomorrow, that rain is going to be in our area.
Moving to the Diamond now, as Sweet Caroline got a lot sweeter last night.
Life's taught me a lot, and I'm ready for more.
Well, you're not the typical kind of candidate that I hire. But you are exactly what I'm looking for.
Your company could be missing out on the candidates it needs most. Learn how to find a great pool of untapped talent at gradsoflife.org.
We've been marinating chicken in all sorts of liquids for 24 hours. These are vitamins and minerals and things that you need, nutrients. The chicken speedy is a staple of our culture.
Welcome back to the Kinda Late Show, season finale and special holiday episode.
So one of my favorite holiday traditions is having a gingerbread contest with my brother and my cousins every year. So I thought it would be a great idea to bring that fun to the show this week.
So here we have 2 gingerbread houses that we're going to be decorating throughout the rest of the show.
And at the end, you can head to our Twitter, WTOP, Kinda Late, and vote on whose you think was the best gingerbread house.
So let's begin.
So speaking of traditions, do you have any fun holiday traditions that we can talk about while we're attempting to decorate our gingerbread houses?
Of course I do. So first off, I used to be in the church choir, yes. And every single Christmas morning, I would wake up and go to Mass and sing in front of a bunch of people unwillingly. As much as I didn't like it at the time, it's obviously very good memories. I can't get this open. And
you can
it's open, but I can't get it
throw
out.
out the little, there's an icing bag.
Oh, that's cool. Wait, there's an icing bag. I threw it out. Anyways, we used to go and we would sing in front of everyone, and I just never really wanted to do it all the time because it was just like you'd wake up, you'd open your gifts, and then my parents would be like, time to go to church. But it wasn't even like you just went to church. You went and you sang in front of people, and I can't sing. But honestly, looking back at it, it's good memories, but I didn't like it at the time. But my favorite tradition for Christmas, I almost said Halloween, for Christmas.
Wrong episode, Chloe.
Yeah. Christmas Eve, we would go and we do like the 7 fishes, but it's not really 7 fish. But we are kind of picky, so we don't do like 7 fishes. We do
fish.
Like, stop. We do just 7 different types of seafood. So we do like mussels, clams, crab, like sometimes lobster, sushi. It's great. I love it. It tastes so good, and I look forward to it every single year. But I don't know how you did that. You put it in like the.
I've been doing this for years.
But other than that, my family used to wake up really early on Christmas, as in 3 a.m. early, and that's when we would go and open our gifts. And it annoyed my parents so much. Me and my 2 brothers, we used to just go and I'd wake up my parents too early, and they would get mad at us, but we'd open our gifts at like 3 or 4 a.m. And it honestly, they were always so tired. And luckily now it's gotten better. We do like 7 or 8 a.m. But I remember that's like one thing that we did every single year. And another thing we do on Christmas is go to my like relative's house, and I get to see my cousins for like the first time that year, and the only time that year pretty much. But it's always fun. I get to catch up with everyone. But my other favorite tradition and my final tradition is the pickle ornament. So we put a pickle ornament on like the Christmas tree, and on Christmas morning, me and my brothers will go and try and find it. And whoever finds it gets like the gift, the special gift. And one year it was an ice pack.
That is, why an ice pack? It
yeah.
doesn't even make sense.
So yeah, but we would go and we would like fight each other. Like we would go hunting for that pickle ornament. It was like a little pickle with a Santa hat on, and it was somewhere in the tree. And honestly, it was fun. We're still gonna do it, but that's all for my traditions. Anna, do you have any traditions?
I do, of course I have traditions. I'm attempting to put the icing.
I gave up on that, and
the
I'm just gonna use my hands.
So every year for Christmas Eve, we have everybody from my mom's side. My dad's side. Everybody from my dad's side comes over to my house for Christmas Eve, and we have a nice little Christmas Eve dinner and do gifts, which is always really fun. And then my one aunt, she really likes to spoil us, so she'll give us like one big gift and then a bunch of like small gifts. So like it's always really exciting to see what she gets us that year. So that's Christmas Eve, and then Christmas Day, I'm gonna make a mess. Christmas Day. Chloe, how are you already covered in icing?
Because I don't have the funnel bag.
Yeah, I don't know how you managed to do that. But Christmas Day, we go over to my grandma's house, my mom's side of the family, get to see all those cousins, which is really fun. Get presents from my grandma and my aunts and uncles and cousins. Also have a wonderful Christmas
Almost knocked the paper towels off the table.
With like ham and stuff, which if you watch the Thanksgiving episode, you know I love ham. So it's Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, and then a few days later with some of my cousins that can't make it to those like celebrations, if you will. We'll go bowling with them, which is fun, and then we'll go to Friendly's after and exchange gifts. So that's always something to look forward to, because like I always, after Christmas is over, I'm always like, oh, that's so sad, like it was fun, but now it's over. But then like a few days later, we go bowling, so that's something to look forward to. I'm already making a mess. Another thing is my dad was in the fire department, along with like my uncle, my cousin, like my whole family was in the fire department. And every year they would do a parade and decorate all the trucks to look pretty, and then somebody would dress up as Santa and sit on the back of the truck, go around to all the neighborhoods, all the kids would come up, take pictures, and then they would like throw candy canes off the trucks. So that was really fun, something to look forward to. And then because my dad was in the fire department, they'd all stop at my house for like snacks and stuff, so I got to see everybody, so that was really fun. And then lastly, I've figure skated my whole life, and at the rink that I skate at, we do a holiday show every year, which is really fun. And so I would do my solo and then a duet with my friend Chloe, not this Chloe, a different Chloe, because I know so many Chloes that I've been skating with since I was little. We do a duet every year, which is always really fun. We did our last one last year, which was really sad, but it was also funny because we like couldn't take it seriously because it was the last one, and we've just like completely given up. Like she fell and we were just laughing the whole time. So it's always really fun. We did a superhero themed one because we both really liked Supergirl and the Flash at the time. So I dressed up as Supergirl, she dressed up as the Flash, and we skated to the song from their crossover episode, Super Friends, because it's about them being friends and superheroes. So that was really fun. So I'm gonna go, when I go home, I'm gonna go watch her do her solo. It's gonna be sad not having a duet with her this year, but it's fun. I'm excited to go back and watch and see everybody skate. So those are all my holiday traditions. Holiday traditions are really fun.
Yeah, I actually did the fire department thing too, surprisingly. I was also in the junior department, and we used to go around doing the candy cane things too, which is really cool. Because I like forgot that it's not just like one department thing.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people do it.
But it was always really fun. As you can tell, I'm really good at.
Yeah, how did yours?
Look, it looks
I think
amazing.
I know who's gonna win.
I don't even want to talk about it right now. Like, I think it looks great.
Well, besides fun traditions, do you have any like embarrassing Christmas stories? Because you know I love to call you out on embarrassing moments.
Of course I do. As much as this is embarrassing, I'm willing to admit it. I did in fact go through my One Direction phase last year. My One Direction phase started quarantine, so my parents for Christmas got me some One Direction stuff for Christmas, and I did in fact sob. I completely cried. And you know what? No regrets, because it was great and I loved it. But that phase is not over, but it's definitely less. And looking back, I'm like, you really did cry like a little baby from getting like a One Direction blanket. But you know what? It was great, and I loved it, and I still love it. So I don't even want to talk about it. But other than that, I would also say, I said before that I was in the church choir. Getting up in front of everyone, I don't know. I think that was embarrassing. I also like literally can't sing.
I'm gonna interrupt you. You got like a pretty Christmas green. I got like yellow.
Yeah, they just like me more.
This is not a Christmassy color, or like a Hanukkah color. I mean, Hanukkah kind of has some. It's like yellow.
It's like blue
and white. I don't know.
Okay, at least you have a piping bag. So
you can go back to your story now. I just wanted to complain that you got a good fondant and I didn't. It's falling apart.
Well, yeah. Speaking of singing, I also used to sing in front of like I mentioned like the elementary school. Like we would go and we'd have like this one guy come in and he would sing for everyone, and like it was like the Santa like things that you do as a kid, and at the end they'd have everybody come up and sing like Rudolph, and I would do that every single time. But I think my final embarrassing thing though is we had this tradition where we would go and we would send off letters to Santa, and honestly it's fun and you get cookies and cider after, so no regrets. But I was a little too old at one point. I was like 16 going and handing them in, and I would see people with their like younger siblings, but we didn't really have younger siblings. My brother's like 3 years younger than me. We weren't that young, and we would go and we'd hand them. But honestly, it's still all good memories. It was just like we were a little too old. Like we were a solid like 16, but like we still loved it, and we went every year. It was Postman Pete, actually. That was his name. And we would go and put letters in, and we'd take a picture. We'd go into this like old house thing in my neighborhood and just eat the cookies and have the nice warm cider. And they had these like orange things where you'd stick pins in them and it smelled really good. But those like, I don't know, were the most embarrassing. It wasn't even like too embarrassing, but I would consider them my funny, embarrassing moments. But enough about me. What about you, Anna?
So I don't know if you'd really call this embarrassing. Also, I'm kneading my fondant because
Okay,
I watched a lot of
on my hands.
I watched a lot of Cake Boss as a kid, so I know you got to do this to make it like good. So that's what I'm working on right now. It's very difficult. I made a bit of a mess. Anyway,
You made a mess.
Yeah, you're covered in icing, so I don't know how you're gonna get through that. But I haven't started.
It'd be great,
so.
actually.
I don't know if it's really embarrassing, but my grandma will always get me like really like gifts that are not age appropriate, but in the sense of like it's for maybe like 5 to 7 year olds, and I'm fully 18, so I don't really know where that's coming from. Like, well, last year she got and she also gets my cousin and I because we're a year apart, and she'll get us the same gifts a lot. So that's whatever. But like she will give me like decorate your own diary. And that was like 2 years ago, or like small little Disney princess chapsticks, and I'm like, Grandma, come on, I'm older than that. But enough about my semi-embarrassing story. Do you have any like funny Christmas memories you'd like to share with us tonight?
Actually, I do. So I, in fact, have a cat, which I did talk about on the Thanksgiving episode. Her name is Pepper, and she's kind of fat. And so when we first got her, we got her around Christmas time, and she was very, very tiny. Like, she was small. And so she was able to hop in the Christmas tree and stay in there and not like have it fall over because she was so small. Now, come the next year, she was not small anymore. She was fat. And so she would try to jump in the Christmas tree, and we're like, yo, Pepper, you gotta cut it out. It's gonna fall. And so I was watching the tree as she was trying to jump in, and it was fully decorated, ornaments and all, like glass ornaments, or like the I guess like ceramic ones where it's like if it falls it shatters. And I like walk away for a second, like I was holding the tree, I'd kick her out the tree, and I walk away for a second, she hops in the tree, and it falls over, and and some of the ornaments shatter. It was loud. I was like, oh my God. And my cat runs away. She has never hopped in the tree once ever since then. But honestly, she's traumatized of the tree. I'm traumatized now because I walked away for literally a second to I went by the bathroom in the same area, and she knocked it over. But do you have anything to top that?
I don't know if it tops it, but don't mind me multitasking because I realized I did not have as much time to build this house that I thought I did.
I don't either.
So we're just going to work with it.
This is going to be a cute door.
It's a mess. Anyway. So, funny story, my great aunt came down for Christmas a few years ago. Came up. She lives in South Carolina. I'm getting my directions confused. But so we always, like Christmas Eve after everybody leaves, we'll like play cards or something just to like relax because all of us are like adrenaline rush. We had everybody over. It's a fun time. So we'll play cards to just relax. And our favorite game, it's not necessarily a card game, but I don't know if anybody's ever played Spoons. We play a lot of spoons. We think it's really funny to play with like my grandma because she gets really confused and struggles a lot with it. So we get entertained by that, which sounds horrible, but I promise you it's all out of love. But so my great aunt, which is my grandma's sister, she was with us. She was staying with us one year, and we got her to play with us, and she went and reached for a spoon. So I don't know if you like know the concept of spoons, but like you're trying to get all four, and then once somebody gets all four, you grab the spoon from the middle of the table, and then everybody else just starts going ham and grabbing spoons. So she didn't really understand that concept. So the first time we played with her, we're all grabbing spoons, and she just didn't realize. So she just keeps picking up cards, and we're just like laughing at her. But yeah, what are some? That was a fun time. I also like getting the gifts from her every year. What are some of your favorite gifts you've ever gotten, Chloe?
Honestly, my big memorable one is probably the fact that I got an iPod Touch one year, and it was like the year before my brothers got iPads. So not only was I cooler than them, but I was also had technology that they didn't have. And it was like the first like thing that like was our own electronic. Like we'd have like our parents' iPads, but like I had an iPod Touch to myself now. And it was very fun, and I loved it. But I remember I got like the case first, and that's how I knew I was getting the iPod, because the iPod was in my stocking, but the case was in wrapping. And I was like, yo, what's this case doing? And then I got the iPod Touch in the stocking, and I was like, I'm so cool. And I got like Monster High dolls, which were always fun and fresh. And yeah. But Anna, what about you? What are some of your favorites?
I'm also gonna talk about when I got my iPod Touch, because my aunt was staying with us and I come down the stairs and she's filming me. I had been asking for an iPod Touch for so long and she's filming me and I was like, okay, whatever, she's just weird. And I just see a little box and it looked like the shape of an iPod Touch. And so I was like, no way. And I picked it up and I got very excited and started unwrapping it and figured out what it was and just started bawling my eyes out. So there's a video somewhere of
my
me
One Direction stuff.
opening an iPod Touch and just hysterical crying, which is chill. It's vibes. I also got I really like going and watching live theater, which is fun. So like my mom will get me Broadway tickets sometimes. I always get really excited about. I'm going to see a football game in January. I already know that's one of my Christmas presents, so I'm really excited about that. This house is really not as good as I was expecting it to be.
Mine's actually phenomenal.
Unfortunately, because I got distracted talking.
I can't open it.
So, it's the front of my house. This is the front of my house. It's not looking too hot. I'm also like, everything's falling off my house, but here's the front. It's got a nice little door and windows.
This is my house, actually. This is the front, this is the door.
The front of mine looks pretty, so I have that going for me.
This is the top. It is my favorite, but yeah.
All right, I think it's time to give up on the houses because that's all the time we have for today, but let's really take a nice look at these because I'm a little concerned with mine. I have I started trying to make a nice little frame on the side, but...
Well, are there any final touches you want to add? Not really.
Everyone can take a look at our gingerbread houses and remember to go on our Twitter, WTOP Kinda Late, and vote on which one you think is better.
Now, although this is all the time that we have for today, don't worry, this isn't the end of the Kinda Late show because we will be back next semester to talk about anything and everything that continues to go on in our lives and yours.
Thank you all for watching, and we hope to see you next time on
The Kinda Late Show.
Athletics. Aaron, there were 6 big points. This is the one you've been waiting for. This group has never beaten Cortland.
Getting started with some men's soccer as the Lakers had 2 conference matchups.
For half of the Lakers' goals this entire season.
Offense is key. You talked all about scoring goals.
Welcome to Understood.org, a free online resource for parents of kids with learning and attention issues, with personalized recommendations, tools, and daily access to experts to help your child thrive. Understood.org, because understanding is everything.
Hello and welcome to The Bigger Picture. I'm Matthews.
And I'm Kiara.
Here at The Bigger Picture, we're all about recognizing organizations on campus that you may have never heard of. So tonight's episode, we will be working with Bold Black Beauties and Women's Center and Her Campus Oswego to be highlighting some of the great things that they're doing in the SUNY Oswego campus. So, before we get into today's episode, we're actually going to be discussing some of the great things that we've been working on in the meantime.
Yeah, so we came back from spring break about a week ago now, it has been, and
How was your spring break?
my spring break started off rocky, I'm not gonna lie, but I used my spring break to kind of chill, relax, heal my body up, get ready for the rest of the semester. How about you, Keeks?
I think spring break for me wasn't a break. I wish it was,
Yeah.
but I did use some time to let my body just, relax while I could, but I was also really busy being home back in the city. Like, there was stuff I had to do.
Mhm.
But I definitely enjoyed it. I think it was definitely a good time away from academics, and
Yeah.
that's really what I needed, so.
And then, how do you feel about jumping into the month of April? Because I know for everybody, April is going to be a very, very hectic month, very packed month. So, how you feeling?
I'm actually excited. I'm really excited for the month of April. I feel like now that it's spring, that I can just be like the best version of myself. The seasonal depression is gone. So like for spring, I just feel like, the sun's out, the weather's getting better. I just want to be outside on campus. It's also giving me more motivation to, get my stuff done. So I feel like although April's going to be busy, I still feel like I'm going to have all the motivation I need to do to get these things done.
I actually posted this on my Instagram, but spring is when the year truly starts, in my opinion. So like January, 2023.
It's like a trial and error.
Exactly, but spring, like once April hits, that's when we're really going into the semester. So I think for all of us, this is a new way to start up and be good with our lives. But enough about us. Let's jump into these organizations and what events are going to be coming up. So first up, let's jump in and talk about the events that are coming up, starting off with the Asian Student Association. They will be having their ASA week from Sunday, April 2nd to Saturday, April 5th. April 8th, sorry about that, with their Asia on the Runway headlining the week. Visit their Instagram for more information on the week and the box office for tickets for their events coming up.
And also, don't forget to join the Bold Black Beauties as they present their Black Girl Magic Brunch, celebrating Black women and creating a safe space for them to connect. This will take place this Saturday, April 1st, in the space from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. Tickets are just $8 at the box office, so make sure to get one.
Tomorrow afternoon, join the African American Male Empowerment Network and the Digital Music Association as they present Music for the Soul, where they will be talking about some of the artists we grew up listening to, as well as the artists our parents grew up listening to, and the impact they left on us with the type of music we listen to today. This program will be in MCC room 231 at approximately 4 p.m.
Lastly, this Friday, tomorrow, guys, at 5 p.m. in Hearth Lounge, MCC, join SAPB as they announce the artist for this year's Ozfest. Who do you think is going to be?
All right, I'm going for an R&B artist. Let's go, R&B.
I want like kind of like her.
Her? Like, so R&B, we sing
Bryson
R&B?
Tiller, of course.
Okay, so we sing R&B. Yeah, so R&B for Ozfest. Let's go.
Let's see who it is. I'm excited.
But stay tuned for after break, as we will be joined by two phenomenal women leaders on this campus. So we'll see you after break.
And I'm out of here. I'm Al
The
Roker, class
beginning.
of 76. Yes, way back in 76. Back when the earth was cooling. You're watching WTOP.
The Candlelight Show with Chloe and Anna. Like licorice, Twizzlers, absolutely nasty.
The thought of turkey is just nauseating.
I think you're wrong, is what I think.
You think I'm wrong a lot of time.
I do think you're wrong a lot.
When you look at the number of disasters in the U.S., chances are every area will deal with some kind of emergency in the next decade. And between school, sports, and social lives, chances are you won't be with your kids when it happens. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids has the educational tools and information to make the conversation easy. When the time comes, chances are they'll feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
Put the keys down, Kevin. But I'm gonna drive home. There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving.
I guess I have really been looking for love in this dating app. Yep, I'm definitely gonna call a ride home.
Welcome back, everyone. Tonight we are joined by Bold Black Beauties, Her Campus Oswego, and the Women's Center. So Bold Black Beauties is an organization here on campus that aims to promote academic success, empowerment, and aims to create a safe space for Black women and non-binary people to feel heard, embraced, and loved at SUNY Oswego. Her Campus is an online international magazine for college women that provides a platform for women to express themselves creatively and includes chapters in colleges all over the world. Women's Center, we have seen them here before. They were created 40 years ago with a mission to provide education, support, and advocacy for women in the Oswego community. Joined with me tonight, I have
Sanaya,
Kay.
We have Kay representing Her Campus Oswego as well as Women's Center, and then we have Sanaya
representing Bold Black Beauties.
Yes. So considering you guys are both student leaders here on campus, you know, we all relate to each other. We all know what it's like to be running the show here on Oswego. So as a student leader, you guys are providing safe spaces for women on campus. How does that make you feel knowing that you're creating such a big impact on campus? Like, what is the biggest reward that comes from this?
I would say for me, it feels very special to me to know that I am a part of an org that kind of helps people, especially women of color, Black women specifically, feel more comfortable on this campus. Of course, people of color are the minority since this is a predominantly white institution. So at least having those spaces available, even if they don't join it their freshman year, like just knowing that this type of space is available, so if they do need the support of the people, like people that look like them, they have that, yeah.
I just would agree with Sin. I feel like the most rewarding thing for me is the freshmen. Like when they come to the involvement fair and they are so interested and so involved, and they just want to be more a part of what the campus community has to offer. I love it when younger classmen can come up to me and just ask me so many questions or can confide in me, because when I came in as a freshman, that's what I was doing to the upperclassmen. I was, asking them questions and feel me. So like, just seeing the new faces and for them wanting to be a part of what I'm in and just looking for new membership is probably the most loving thing I like. Yeah.
So I could definitely relate to that, being a student leader as well. I think for me, it's just knowing that I'm giving both myself and women the opportunity to just find their potential, look for something more, because we are here for academics, but a lot of college is personal and social development, and literally organizations, that's the biggest role that they do, with the programming, the events, it gives us the opportunity to do that. So speaking of Kay, I know you are a part of Her Campus Oswego, as I am. So what role do you feel like the weekly newsletter and just being able to publish articles plays in the organization? Considering it's a big part of the organization, but us as members, what does that do for you?
So it's definitely insightful for sure, because as you can watch news on Fox 5 or any other news channel, I feel like Her Campus still offers that. Mm-hmm. You could find any new information pertaining to what's going on in the world on their website. Mm-hmm. So that's definitely a plus. And me being a person who likes to write, them giving me the platform to write anything I want to write about and then having it published so that people can see it all over the world, that's amazing. That's fire. So that's, even though me being a part of Her Campus, I have to write 2 articles a semester. I've written already 6 or 7 articles.
No, yeah, you've been back to back with the publishing.
I just love it because they're giving me the opportunity to showcase my art and what I want to write about and what I'm interested in. And I feel like that's what drew me to her campus, because I felt like they allowed me to have a voice through my writing.
No, I could definitely relate to that, because I always knew I loved writing, but I knew when I came to school, I didn't want to do news writing, but I enjoy the lifestyle and be able to speak freely and from my experiences, and I know my experiences and like sometimes, you know, I like to give advice too, so it's like just being able to like give that to someone out there, if it's one person, if it's 10 people, like I feel like that within itself is a really big reward. So considering that, you know, all of us here are women and we're student leaders, do you ever feel that there's like pressure or like a sense of overwhelmness to just basically run our organization to meet the expectations of everyone that is in the campus community?
Yeah, it's definitely overwhelming at times, especially when you're like balancing classes. So I know at one point I was taking the max credits a semester and I was president and I was like, oh. But like I said before, like knowing the reason I'm doing it, it kind of pushes me to keep doing it because it's bigger than me. It's about making people feel more welcomed and providing them a space to feel comfortable in.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely like a high expectations because former presidents, former vice presidents set the bar. So me coming in and being a woman student leader at that, being a trans woman, it's like I already have a lot of things that I'm dealing with. So yeah, there's definitely, the bar has been set, and I've already been like highly involved in high school, so like I came in like already with, you know, the skills to like keep that up. But like, you know, and the difference between college involvement and high school involvement, it's way different. Like, baby, if you don't put those things on your Google Calendar, you will forget.
No, it's true.
So it's like, it's definitely hard, but at the same time, like, I love what I do. Like, you know, I always push hard every single day for new initiative, for committee members, how to improve the e-board, just things like that. So
yeah, see, I wasn't even involved in high school. I don't even think I went to a basketball game my whole 4 years. Yeah, so this is totally different from me outside of like my box, but it's because I want to do it.
Yeah, so it's definitely like pushed you out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Do you think that was like one of your biggest challenges, getting out of your comfort zone?
Yeah, that was the biggest one actually.
Yeah, because being a student leader, it comes with programming, being the face of the organization. Like, you have no choice but to show up and just represent. So it definitely, it's really difficult. And I think also, like, I feel like the newer students, I feel like right now they're not as open to being a part of any like organizations. They don't want to go to the programs, they don't want to go to the events. So it's like we're trying to, you know, show up and meet the requirements, or just, you know, make that impact in our campus community. But it's like, are people being willing to receive? So it's like, how do we go about this?
And that's the thing too, like, that's why I said previously, I love when I see new faces, like, and they're just coming and they want to show interest, like asking me questions and stuff like that, because it's important that the younger classmen get really involved, because they're basically taking on, like, we're passing them the torch. Like, it's, now's your time, you know? Because at the same time, like, I don't want to be involved all my 4 years. Like, I want to be able to step back, because, you know, I feel like leaders are supposed to like step back at a certain point and allow other people to you know, lead. So definitely, but
I think that's a really good take. That's actually the first time that like someone has put that into perspective for me, like being a leader but also taking a step back from being the leader, because that's also what gives like people the opportunity to just really grow and learn. So okay, that's definitely an interesting take on it. So we do know today is March 30th, only one more day of Women's History Month. So what is, for you guys, what's the significance of Women's History Month to you?
I grew up with 7 sisters, and when I tell you, like, Women's History Month to me means family, it means empowerment, like sophistication, poise, like just having, like our month, like having the platform. I feel like every month should be Women's History Month, you know? But this month, it highlights all the contributions that women have contributed to the world. scientific, technology, all the above. So I love that, during March it's like a highlight of us.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Kay. It's that empowerment piece, just kind of, as women, we didn't have, I guess, we weren't allowed to do certain things that men were able to do, especially being women of color. And so Women's History Month kind of represents all women and our growth and the constant fight that we are still fighting for.
Heavy on that part.
And Black Women's History Month starts in April. So.
Yes. Ding, ding, ding. Period.
So for the month of March, or even you had mentioned like the month of April, it's Black Women's History Month. Is there, for the month of March, did you guys have like any specific event that like stood out to you that you felt like empowered? Like, wow, this is really great to be a part of this community. And is there something you're looking forward to for the month of April?
So I'm definitely looking forward to the month of April. I am a part of Bold Black Beauties too, even though we have our president here representing. I've been a member of Bold Black Beauties since I was a freshman. So I'm definitely looking forward to the month of April. However, that being said, of March, Women's Center, I'm on the e-board for that. I'm the committee leader. That month was just crazy for us.
Yeah, that was a straight month
of programming.
You guys did the damn thing, though.
Yeah, but
tell the viewers a little bit about your charity ball. What was that like?
So our charity ball was an event that highlighted a community organization called the Denson's House that fights to help women with drug addiction, sexual assault, domestic violence, and we partnered with them and gave them some funding to help the women in the community.
You guys did a community service with them as well too.
Yes, with the gospel choir.
Oh, okay. And what did you guys do?
So they're building a house. The Denson House is building a house for the women in recovery. So we just went there and helped them paint, helped them clean, did all that good stuff to help them out, and yeah. So.
How about you, Sin? Was there any specific event for the month of March that you was like, wow, this makes me feel good being a woman?
Yeah, so not only was it Women's Center's charity ball, we also had a march, a women's protest march. We started from MCC, and then we went around like the campus. We chanted, we heard people's poems, and things like that. It kind of made me feel like I want to see more of that on this campus. I love like the cause. Of course, I love women empowerment.
Yeah.
So
who doesn't?
doing that, right? So doing that was really like nice for me. Yeah.
Okay. So if there was one piece of advice that you would be able to give to any woman on campus or incoming woman who wants to just get involved in the community, but they're having a hard time doing so, what would you tell them?
I would tell them, like, join PPB, join Women's Center, join her campus. Like, I would tell them to join the orgs that I'm in.
Yeah.
But I would also tell them not to be too hard on yourself, like, just because you see other people in 3-4 organizations, like, it could kind of be intimidating, like, damn, maybe I should get involved. Like, I should do something. Like, I don't want to just come here to just get a degree. Like, I want to make my college experience the best. So I'll just tell them, like, take it step by step. You have people here to support you. There's Laker Life. Like, Laker Life is a website that has all the organizations on it. They have the description. So just look at things that you like and go from there, like, for me.
Yeah.
I do agree. I do want to just piggyback off of what you said. I remember my freshman year, I had that first semester, I just, I didn't want to get involved. I'm very when it comes to new beginnings, so there was a very big adjustment period for me. And I would see like my friends going to some programs, and I would see them joining these orgs, and I would kind of feel like, crap, I'm like, damn, I'm not doing anything. Yeah. Why am I not doing anything? But I think it's okay to kind of just give yourself grace and give yourself that time to just transition into it, because college is a big chapter, it's a new chapter. So just giving yourself that period. I even remember, like, I had Matthews, actually. He had started joining, like, WTOP. We were both two friends that were broadcasting majors, and he was doing WTOP, and I'm like, damn, I should do WTOP. But at that time, I wasn't ready. So just acknowledging, like, how it is that you're feeling and what are your needs in that moment. Yeah. So you definitely made a really good point. Yeah. How about you, Sanaya?
I would definitely, going off what Kay said, like, take your time. I literally tell everyone, I've told you too, take your time. Don't try to take on everything. I have a younger cousin who goes here too, and I've told her, like, just the orgs will be there. Just, like, don't take on too much at once because you are here for school, of course. But do get involved, do make friends. Just don't put too much pressure on yourself. So, yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
I agree. I think also taking time to also, in college, you're also figuring out like who it is that you are.
Yeah.
So taking time to figure out what org is best fit for you. You know,
Yeah.
you can go with your friends to this org, and then, but also like take time to just really just navigate what's a good fit for you. Because I think some people have different interests. Some people just have different visions or values. So just finding the org that aligns with that is just a really key thing for me.
I agree.
So actually, before we continue with our final questions, we're going to go to break and we'll meet right back with you guys.
Maybe that.
Say, President Stanley, whenever there's bad weather, who would you turn to?
I'd turn to Storm Team 10.
No, but you've got to say it like this. Storm Team 10. Say it with me. Storm Team 10.
Roll it.
Jill told me it was Kitty from Glee. Yeah, what is it?
It's Al Roker.
I already know who's mine.
And welcome back to The Bigger Picture. I'm joined with Kay and Sin from her campus, Oswego Women's Center, and Bold Black Beauties. So, to continue our conversation for Women's History Month, who is the most influential woman in your life?
So I would say for me, I would say my grandmother. She's kind of like my best friend, and I've seen her kind of go through a lot. And after everything she's been through, she bounces back and she continues to bounce back. So seeing that like strength be ingrained in my life, since I did live with her for some time, it's definitely like really special to me, and I admire her a lot for that. So.
Okay, how about you, Kay?
I would have to say my mother. Like, I feel like this is like a very cliche answer, but it's my mother because I've always like grew up with my mom. I lived with my mom all my life. My mom is like my #1 supporter. Like, she supports me with anything. Like, I don't want to cry on the bigger picture. I'm trying my best to hold my tears back, but
it's okay. It's a safe space.
Like, yeah, my mom. I feel like a lot of people always tell me how hard I work, and I feel like it's a representation of my mother. She worked 7 days a week. She was a single mom all my life, and she did her best to provide for me and my siblings. Yeah, like, I seen her go through her worst at times, and I don't know how she did it. Like, she was just so super strong. So it's like, that's why I don't give up, and that's why I continue to work really hard, because my mom.
No, I get that. To piggyback off that with another cliche answer, mine is my mom too. I really do love my mother. She is literally my best friend, but also like me and my mom, I feel like I, had the opportunity to grow up with my mom because my mom was, a teen mother. So we really just, she was navigating life with me. And I was just like, to think about, being in the situation like she was in, 18 years old and just having to raise me. She still went to school. She was still working. I'm like, my mom is a superwoman. So like when I think about Women's History Month and just the idea of being empowered and a strong, independent woman, the first person that comes to my mind is literally my mom.
Yeah,
so I think also, like you said, like you literally spit out exactly what I was thinking, because I think a lot of the times my work ethic is, one, I definitely get it from my mom, but two, it's also like this person has made so many sacrifices to have me here today, to give me the opportunities that I have. So I really do feel like I really just owe it all to her.
Yeah. Definitely. And I got 7 other sisters.
Oh,
so
wow.
my mom has 9 kids all together. So she was doing it by herself.
Yeah. We just love it. But I do get it. Like, mothers, grandmothers, they are like the rocks of the family.
My mother holding down too. I just
said
said my grandmother.
So I actually do have a question for you guys. If you guys had the opportunity to have dinner with any historical, impactful, or woman figure in your life that you look up to, who would it be?
Okay, so I have 3.
Okay, that's okay.
So one impactful woman I would have dinner with is MJ Rodriguez. She started as Blanca in Pose. I love her. She's literally my icon. Like I'm inspired to be like her in so many different ways. Just from the advocacy for the community, her drive, her passion. Like, she's literally amazing. And the way that the show portrayed her as that mother figure to everybody, and her being so young, it's just like, wow. She's like so, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, that woman is literally pure awesomeness. So I would definitely have a sit down with her and eat. I'll even pay for it. The second one would be Nicki Minaj.
Okay.
I love Nicki Minaj, diehard Nicki fan.
Who would be the third one?
The third one would be Ice Spice.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How about you, Sanaa?
I would say for me, it would be Claudette Colvin. So if you don't know who that is, that was before the Alabama bus boycotts. The person who kind of kicked it off, but a lot of people don't know about, is Claudette Colvin. But because she was a teen who was currently pregnant at the time, they didn't want to use her as the face of the cause. I want to kind of know more about her. Like, I feel like I know a little bit, but I want to know more. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know about Rosa Parks, but like, I feel like it's so many other things that Claudette has probably done that we don't know about because they kind of excluded her from that because of her circumstance. So I would definitely want to sit down and talk to her.
Yeah, I feel like there might be a story that isn't really being told. So having the opportunity to have dinner or any meal with her would definitely just make a huge difference. For me, it's Oprah Winfrey. Y'all, I love Oprah Winfrey. This woman inspires me. She has always inspired me. I think a lot of like my career objectives really just stemmed from being obsessed with Oprah Winfrey, but also seeing that like her the legacy she's built is also very similar to what I envision for myself, and just, her values, her stories, really inspiring, and literally just the life she created for herself still blows my mind. So I think that's the best part about Women's History Month, is that we can reflect on the women in history and the current women in our life that literally just empower us and make us feel good. So I really just also want to commend you guys as, women leaders on campus, that you're doing the damn thing. And also just thank you. Just want to thank Sanaya and Kay for joining us on tonight's episode. It's a women's run episode. We did that, you guys. So make sure to also tune in on April 13th for the next episode. And as always, don't forget to always see the bigger picture.